let's start a new game for Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. New game, and now we're inside this new game. So as you can see, 2007, 2024 remake. Episode 1, The Turnabout Trump. Now we see the animation, we see a guy painting. And signing mission. A candle has been blown, and now it turns into a canvas texture, like it's an animated sketch. We see people playing cards. A guy is dealing cards, they're playing poker. There's a lot of shadow, we cannot tell who's playing who. Showdown time. Full house on the kings and full house on the sevens. There's a guy with a beanie hat, you cannot see it. You lose. Arg! Then somebody grabs a bottle by the neck and slams it to somebody's face. Eek! Then we see blood on the floor. A hand is being let go and some cards fall on the floor. Playing cards. Then we see a foot next to the body. I seem to be in a bit of a trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Fade to black. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. So now we can play, there's the autoplay options. I want to check. Here's, okay, so square is the log. R1 is the court record. I want to check. Yeah, I can, let's see if I can turn on story mode from here. So now story mode is on. So what does it change? Okay, so now if the story mode is on, pressing the touchpad will trigger story mode, so we can turn it on or off. Panic, palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. This is Apollo speaking. Ah, good morning. Question mark. Oh, this must be, yeah, this is Christoph. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. Fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to my Court of Steel voice roll card. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. He shakes his head. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down if you gets my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. So yeah, Christoph is of German descent. He has long blonde hair with oval glasses. He's kind of nice. He's dressed in purple with a tie-down bow tie, but not tied into the knot that you usually use for bow ties. So basically it's like a string knot. One more thing. Don't say you find quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried for it or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Now we see Phoenix Wright in his civilian clothes with a gray hoodie some sort of golden necklace that oval shape that can open like it's a locket. And yeah, he's wearing a turquoise beanie hat with a big badge, a pin that's basically a shocked emoji, and it says "Papa" on the beanie in bright pink, neon pink. Question mark, ... Oh yeah, he has a bit of a stubble, like 3 days without shaving. Whoa! Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're... Fine! I'm fine! Mr. Fine, is it? Got it. No, I didn't remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why... You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, He lowers his head and smiles. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice! April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 2. Blah, 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 rubble. The court is now in session!
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor!
The defense is, fine! I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank, don't panic. It's too late, cold sweat. Palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Oh, yes, Your Honor. Jawohl. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That's what my intention, yeah. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Herr Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust this case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Here comes Phoenix. Shake his head. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we have to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Oh, let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution will be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne?
To think! I saw you enter this room, a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains!
So basically he has the same haircut that he had back when he was Ouchie. So he has the hair from the side. He's bald on the top with a little lump of hair in the front. But he keeps the hair growing on the side and it goes all the way down chin level. So it's like a weird haircut. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem! The crime occurred occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him! Wham! On the head! Smack! Killed him cold!
A customer at a restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say, was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright? A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice.
Actually, it's wine, but it's a kid's game, so let's go with grape juice. Yeah, grape juice.
Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to the court record. Deadly bottle, grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon, bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record? Right, I heard of that. I press R1, like this. Then I present my badge. No, but I can hear. Oh, let's see. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! There's a serial number in the back. 929XX3. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. No clues here. So basically that's all we can find here. It's just a serial number. This is my badge. There are many like this one, but this one is mine. Okay, let's look at Smith's autopsy report. The time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17, death caused by single blow to the forehead. Victim's name, Shady Smith, age question mark, male. Estimated time of death, April 17, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to the forehead. Okay. There was only one page. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Then we have the crime photo number 1, the sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. We see a black and white picture. We see the victim slouching on the chair, the head on the back. We don't see an injury because he's wearing a hat. There's a bottle on the table. Cards are on the floor. Cards on the table. Some of them are face down. Others are face up. There are some chips on the table. He seems to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 big chips and 2 small chips. On the other side, there are 4 small chips and 1 large chips. It's black and white. We cannot tell if the cards are which the color are on the back side of the deck. You see a corner. There's a small window with a small curtain you can open and close. The plaster has been removed from old age on the corner of the wall, so we can see the bricks. And there's some sort of I don't see blood anywhere on the picture. Let's look at the deadly bottle of juice. So I can examine the label. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. I see nothing. The bottle is completely empty. That's all I can see from the... Yeah, if it was a murder weapon, if it was empty, it would shatter, right? Use R1 to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your abilities to handle these. Right, just use R1. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. Just did it.
So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he has been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That too isn't clear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Porsche Polo Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive has nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skills. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean.
Okay, so now we have a photo, crime photo number 1.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? I thought gambling was illegal in Japan. That's a crime in and of itself.
Rabble.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. No money involved.
A competition?
Yeah, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Okay, so he's saying that the cards are blue. Okay.
Come again?
The cards on the table have blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That will be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards.
Phoenix ... He has a mysterious look on his face when he lowers his head. The beanie hides his eyes, and then he smirks. So he felt, okay, I'm sure of myself. I'm gonna be out. It's gonna be in and out just like that.
Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime.
My pleasure.
This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing.
Witness testimony. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customer over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy.
A pianist who cannot play piano?
Better than the defense attorney who can defend! ...
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examination many times, yeah? Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for your refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination?
No thanks. How many games has it been? We don't need it.
We don't need a refresher. We know how cross-examination works.
No need for help here, sir.
I think I've got this one covered.
I think you better do more than think. You know it or you do not.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapon, press and present.
Find any inconsistencies and lies in the testimony and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Inconsistencies, lies. Phoenix Wright?
As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
The competition. So L1 to press and R1 to present. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all.
Hold it! You can hardly play?
Oh, I play sometimes, when customer demand it. So I play them one song, that's usually all they want. I play La Vache à Mayotte.
Was that supposed to be a boast just now?
The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large.
Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club?
My real job is to take on an interested customer over at the poker table.
Hold it!
They pay you just to play poker? Oh, that would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all.
Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement?
No, basically what he does is like, he can read if they're bluffing that using his Nagamata. That's why he's good at poker.
It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Get it? Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attraction.
Hold it!
The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? Oh, that's quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? Well, all in the past, things like the black market only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoking room? Gambling hoods? You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. Can practically picture it now. That window, does it look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else? The room has a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean, and fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards.
Hold
it! 2 decks of cards? Well, a simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, and the other was blue.
As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Yes, a game of hands. Question mark.
This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's right. It was a simple game after all. Shakes his head.
Are you sure?
Huh?
People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime?
Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! Oh, I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I would like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. Would I like to hear it from you? Sure, why not?
Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press. and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Okay, now I can present because it says that the fingerprints are on Phoenix Wright. No, wait. The Mr. Phoenix Wright's prints are on the bottle. That's what I meant. So present. Objection. Opening objection. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. ...
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Rubble. Objection!
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ear and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on the bottle in the restaurant?
Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove it's...
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh?
But the fingerprints of the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means it was holding the bottle inverted. Then there can be only one reason for that.
Then we see the image of the guy grabbing the bottle by the neck.
Yes, to brain someone with the bottle.
Ugh! Rubble. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problems, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matter is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
Oh, okay, I get it. Because, I think it's gonna say that when he's playing the piano, the bottle is on the floor, so when he grabs the bottle, he has to take it by the neck with an inverted hand to lift it up, you see? ... I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now.
Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something.
And what might that be, Mr. Gavin?
On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police?
Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder case, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see, and this is the phone that made the call?
Right cell phone added to the court record, used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Let's check the cell phone. Oh, I can switch tab here. If I press R1 and L1, I can switch with the profiles. Christoph Gavin, Phoenix Wright, Shady Smith, Winston Payne. 61! Winston is 61. Shady, ? Phoenix is 33. And Christoph is 32. Okay, let's check the cell phone. This is an old thing. Cell phone from 2008. It's not even a flip phone. It's like a wireless. Like one of those Blackberries. It's not even a smartphone. No clues here. There's oh. That thing is so old. The battery cover is being held down by tape. Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Yeah, there's nothing special about the cell phone. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative. Ah, nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is being more serious about.
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime? That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call this first witness to the stand.
Okay, so now we have a blonde waitress who seems to be hiding inside of a plate of a borscht bowl with a lid on it.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
Oh, I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns.
My locks look just fine, sir. So I use a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
Question mark.
You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out.
Isn't violence against her a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you're sure it is okay.
Now she's standing up.
Now, the prosecution...
She's taking a picture.
Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's paraphernalia?
Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be... my name is Olga Orly. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Club, Ball Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how's it said, other service. I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures.
Da!
Like, for example, this one.
This one is in color. Now we see Phoenix talking to Shady Smith. He's sitting on his piano bench and he has a crate of grape juice on the floor. So yeah, when he picks it up, he has to take it from an inverted drip. Now, yeah, so we see Shady Smith. He seems quite tall, and there's like snow covering the whole restaurant. Like there's snow's on the ground, snow's on the fireplace, snow's on the piano, snow on the blackboard where the menu is showing up. Then we see a piece of stuffed, like a meat bun, a piece of meat bun and half-eaten borscht soup. Oh, and I see Phoenix is wearing sandals.
That's the defendant?
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
The man in white hat, he's one who has gone kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim.
Rabble, 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 rabble.
Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is same way as I drop cold bowl of borscht on lap of customers casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Olga's photo I added to the court record.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in the room. The hideout, we call it. Hideout with a Y. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. His room when murder took place. What? You look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which one you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the scene of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
That fateful night.
That night, customers asked me to deal cards for game.
It was cold, both players play with hats on, da. The victim he plays full time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. That man flew at victim and he's strangling him to death. Okay, this is a shitty testimony.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious the winner was the victim, Mr. Smith?
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hasn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here.
Okay, so now we can see the chips. Okay, so Shady Smith has a full house, 3 kings, 2 aces, and Phoenix has another full house, which is 3, 7, and 2 aces. Judging by the number of chips, like Shady Smith had more chips. So they're dealing with a blue deck.
These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mrs. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Yes! Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table.
Well, depending on the values of the chips, like the black one and the red one must have different values, even though there are different sizes. Like, if the red ones are worth more than the black ones, Phoenix has more. It's like 41 against 29. Chip's photo added to the court record.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game.
Hold it!
You were dealing cards? Do you do this often? Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you to Borscht Club, Bull Club, where Borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Borscht serves gold. Thank you for not handing our flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on da.
Hold it!
It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bull Club, we have tried an authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside, it is city in spring, but inside, it is always cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going in there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da? The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck.
Hold it!
His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da? He griped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't much lift.
The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about, not a rocket. I mean a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket.
Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket, like that's why she called it that.
No, a locket's a locket. Doesn't matter what shape. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Justice. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
So what happened next?
The last hand is done, but something terrible has happened.
Hold it!
Something terrible?
The defense will refrain from needless shouting.
Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Mr. Orley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. I tremble with fear. That man flew at victim and is strangling to death. Objection. Cause of death, a single blow to the forehead. Oops. Press the wrong button.
Objection!
There. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? So yeah, she dropped the... she threw the ball into the air and she catches it with the platter, the ball, the content, and the lid. In that order.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Okay, now we see the blow to the forehead. Now he's not wearing his hat.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
Crime photo number 2 added to the court record. Now we see his hair is receding. All he has is his sideburn and mutton chop merged together, and a little bit of pointy goatee, pointy beard with a little bit of mustache. Hat removed during investigation.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim his neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. there such a thing as thinking aloud too much too? That night, customer asked to deal cards per game. It was called Both Players Play with Hat On. Yeah, I think it's that one. Present the new picture.
Objection!
Oh, no. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you, Mr. Justice.
Uh-oh. Ah, I must be on the wrong track. Okay, let's go if, yeah, I can save here. First, save game. Save complete. Okay. Oh. She amended her testimony after the defendant tried to strangle victim and hit him with bottle.
Hold it!
You didn't say anything about hitting him before. Sorry! I must be forgetting this now.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you'll need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer... I've got you now, Harley. Okay, so where is the other contradiction? Both player play with hat on. Let's see. Yeah, both player play with hat on, but they say they hit him. This is weird. Let's see. I can examine without pressing. Yeah, I can examine without pressing. Okay, so I can do nothing here. He played with his hand on locket at his neck. Did he have his locket on his neck? Oh, we cannot see. Oh! The locket is on the other guy's neck. And then in this picture, he doesn't have it anymore. Is that it?
Objection!
Yes! You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean?
If we are to believe this witness testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Locket don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean the defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Rubble.
Defendant, what do you have to say to this?
He's wearing it right now. ...
Say,
Yes?
I just noticed this, but You have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirm it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So Mr. Wright has the locket too? Why don't I buy that? It's just a coincidence.
Well now, if the result of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps you should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
Olga, ... She looks so weird.
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant.
Da! Witness testimony. Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man.
House chips comes in two sides, small and large. The one who was winning died was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment lost was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seems to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret it. And now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true.
Me thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. So, yeah, it starts with 3,500. So let's press this. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rule used? So let's see, for it to start at 3,500, let me check the picture. Yeah, there are 6 red chips and 10 black chips. So if they start at 3,500, the red one are worth 1,000 and the black one are worth 100. So yeah, Phoenix is winning because he has more red chips. No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be, exactly 7,000 points.
Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Christoph, ...
House chips comes in two sizes, small and large.
Hold it!
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Da, of course. Question mark. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yes, press harder. Maybe you can explain a bit about these chips.
Explain? What is there to explain?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle cop or a...
Thanks, I was not asking you. Now that I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even?
Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling.
Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chip, 100 points chips and 1,000 point chips. It is not money, da. Justice. Sir, but don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd haven't had to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony?
Yes, add to the testimony, please. I do think this deserves further scrutiny. add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
Very well, witness, if you would be so kind.
Da, Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100, other kind is worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten.
Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000, right? Right, of course.
Don't waste our time!
Dot.
Is that all?
Yeah. Look. Great, Mr. Gavin's made me stop her and I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation? Okay, so I'll go back.
Hold it!
Oh shit. I pressed the one who was winning, it was victim. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing. It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. That would break camera, certainly. The chips, they were always on victim's side of table.
So you're telling us it was a one-sided game?
One-sided, and... Okay, okay, so I was pressing L1 hoping I would go back 1, but it was the arrow I should have pressed. Like, where is the... One kind of chip is worth 100, other kind is worth 1,000, 2 kinds at all. The one who was winning, it was victim, so... I don't want to lose another point needlessly, so I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go back 1 and present the picture. If it's not this one, it's the other one.
Objection!
Okay, it's this one. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. Exclamation mark.
It seems that your attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, even if you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chip and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big one, of course. Duh!
Oh, I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Yeah, let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
Yes, if my calculations are correct, let's see, 3 plus 1 carry the 5.
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points, and then the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up...
How much is it?
Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? We have 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points are wrong, the chips count was wrong, or both are right. think the chip count is wrong. The odd thing there is the number of chips. Alright, Mr. Gavin? No. Why are you asking me? Just in case? Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph, it's all there. Even our judge with his falling eyesight could count them. That's not the only thing failing the judge.
Let me ask you again.
Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Both are right. Each man began the game with 35,000 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer.
Well, what is it?
The value of the chips was the other way around.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Rubble. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figure it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
Wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips deal. Oh. Ah!
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100 points.
Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning!
Yeah!
Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Ah!
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness.
Hold it!
Excuse me, what is it, Miss Horley? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do we see?
in the last hand there was a cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why I game hands with chips as they are.
Okay. They're saying that Shady Street is cheating. One of his cards are not from the blue deck. But we cannot tell which cards there are because they're on the table. Great, just great. First we have lying, now we have cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn for the interesting.
Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Witness testimony. The final hand.
The last hand, both men at full house. There is 4 on each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argumenta. The defendant's tricks was exposed. He took bottle in his hand, poor Mr. Smith.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? ... I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect Lister's scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house?
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker?
I can't say this bodes well for your case or career.
What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms of one pair, supers, and three of a kind, yeah? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair. 3 cards makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now, picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. Oh, that's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can't see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat!
But even if Phoenix cheats, he still doesn't win. Because the value of the 3 of a kind goes over the aces. Kings and ace over 7 and aces, you know?
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Okay, let me check the aces again. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, so Phoenix has the spade and the diamond, and Shady Smith has the club and the heart. So, yeah, there could have been like 2 of the same kind. That would be make the cheating more obvious. But, yeah, I don't think there's, from the first point of view. I see a 2 of spade on the floor and another card of heart on the floor from this picture. Yeah, in the picture where he was found, I see that his 3 kings are of the same color but face down. But why would his card be face down? That doesn't make sense. Okay. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? The last hand, both men at full house.
Hold it!
Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, da. It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right.
Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Poker face. Very difficult, da, but it is not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. There's 4 of each card in deck from ace to king.
Hold it!
4 of each card, you say? Da, there is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from the number of seasons. Huh? You don't say.
Oh, and did you know that the cards are number 1 to 13? Add all the cards in deck and you get 364. A year!
You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short, though?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year, all in the deck of cards.
You don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious.
Hold it!
How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played the 5th ace. No, he didn't. The 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith hand had 3 aces. No, he had 3 kings. He had 3 kings. And Mr. Wright's too.
Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke.
Very well. The witness would add this detail to her testimony, please.
Mr. Smithhand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. No. We can see from this picture, it's 3 kings. King of heart, king of spade, king of diamond. No second ace of spade.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name is not taken. My name is Orley. Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony?
The cards.
Take that!
Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hands only had 2 aces.
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hands that held the third ace in question.
Objection!
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant, who had 2 aces in his hand, also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, alright. It's going on right here in this courtroom.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards?
The cards?
Mr. Payne,
Yes?
the players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's card or the defendant's card?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which one of these hands is more suspicious? Let's view the victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness' testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Received evidence, the victim's hands. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Okay, let's check the victim's hand. Let's flip them around. Ah! They're playing with red. They're playing with red, and the King of Diamonds is the blue card. Only one of the cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Yes, sir. I'm doing it. They're doing it automatically. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using a right thumbstick to turn it every which way, and triangle and square to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color.
That's impossible! But I put that card in right hand. Ah!
What was that, Miss Orly?
Yet, I merely said, da, I am weak.
Your Honor,
Mr. Gavin, yes?
tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orly, she's the cheater, a professional adventure.
Yeah!
Robber.
Order! Order!
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean of her mistake. Taking advantage of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible! But I put that card in right hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orly conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean... The defense is not accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orly, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accused the witness, Miss Olga Orly, of murder. Eek! Falls on the floor. The boar's falling on the handle of the stand instead of on the floor.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orly?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice,
Your Honor,
it seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
and that means
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it. I held out.
I see no point in prolonging this trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
That was Phoenix. Mr. Wright, you can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards has a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps you should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before!
The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used a red deck for the last game. But Christoph said that the last game was blue. Why would he say that?
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating!
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. Could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder or after the murder? Oh. The one who swapped the cards didn't know that the last hand was using the red cards. But Kristoff claimed that they were playing with blue.
Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Right. Of course it was swap.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be.
Yeah?
I'd like to hear what a poll thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? I'm gonna say after. Perhaps it happened after the murder?
What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly!
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible!
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are different color? If you pull that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ugh. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. So after the murder.
Okay? This is going past silly and straight up to crazy! I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Oh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another?
Yeah, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Phoenix Wright, Olga Orly, or someone else? It was someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either.
What are you suggesting?
Because that's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As does the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. Yes, I know! But she was the one who's dealt the card, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong colored card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it would be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all of this is.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orly, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is a question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number of the card. Right, the person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game has been won with a full house. A full house from Phoenix. And then, Orly was cheating with Smith and gave him another ace. Then there was cheating. And then he swapped it with the king of the wrong color to make it look like he won. So they pick up the king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
Rubble. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial is proceed on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you choose to conceal this information from the court. ...
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes.
April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby, number 3. I'm gonna take a bite of my brownie. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that. Shakes his head. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christophe. Justice? Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can have a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. We can open it and you see a young daughter. She's wearing a pig magician's outfit, like a top hat with a cape, with a brooch diamond shape. When I say diamond shape, it's the card, not the diamond 5-sided shape. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? ... What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all the time, all night, and still win. And it's being in court? Poker. Oh, okay, yeah, it's true. If you've been dealt bad card and win, you can bluff, forcing the other guy to fold. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Exclamation mark. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. Yeah, she seems to scratch her neck a lot. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who would notice that? Words, habit, twitches, it's all information for the reading. Have you ever watched Lie to Me? Same thing. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not wordy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel, my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued.
Do you want to save?
Yes, I want to save. Saving complete. Continue on to the next chapter? Yes. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2. So yeah, basically the recess, it was a lunch break.
Mr. Gavin, would you like to have lunch in my office?
Jawohl, Judge.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orly, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear our versions of the events again?
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orly take the stand.
Very well. The witness will take the stand.
Still shaking behind her bowl of soup. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Yet, not.
She changed her disguise. Now she looks like a dealer, and she has a red scarf with a dice on it. Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly. She still have her photo though. She's not wearing the Russian suit. She's but she still have her photograph, her camera. It looks like a disposable camera, but no, it's more like a portable digital camera around her neck.
Oh really?
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied.
Oh really?
Witness, you will tell the truth that you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrication will have serious consequences.
Fine. She's about to scratch her neck. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Porsche Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search for Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and then the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards!
Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, he would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Rubble, rubble, rubble. Oh, really, Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite a mistake.
A mistake?
I agree, the tribe was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly.
Oh, really? That witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute, I'm bad, you hear me? Bad!
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Witness testimony. Best laid trap. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then, Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Now she's scratching her neck. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves up mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect! If that rotten cheater hasn't messed it up. Look who's talking!
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Wesley trap. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to.
Hold it!
Okay, I got my full health back. This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of hearts. Okay.
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with an ace to make a full house. At least that's what you're going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was it? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. While he was talking with Shady Smith on the picture. Okay. So he probably felt the card being snatched into him. And he probably disposed of it somewhere else. Do I see, can I remove the UI? No, I cannot remove the UI. No. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good cloth must be cooked up real early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him.
Hold it!
So everything went according to Keikaku. Exactly! The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went up without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Tell us what happened with this search. The planned card was gone. The trap failed.
Hold it!
The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof! Zippo! We search every nook and cranny. Like we see a picture of Shady Smith grabbing Phoenix's wrist. He's cooperating. He has both hands in the air, and now he's trying to search the pocket of his hoodie, and he looks mad. Like there's nothing in it. The planted card is gone. Even inside his cute little hat. Yeah, they checked inside his hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has Quickfinger Orly been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So what had happened to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating live two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it.
Hold it!
Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well, what was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yes. Miss Orly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about, you? She's grabbing her camera with his hand and clutch it very tight. May? Quickfinger's Orly hiding something.
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness, Dan. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. Scratching her neck. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. Again. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Now we see a big close-up. Yeah, she's scratching the back of the head, not her neck. Whoa, what's going on? Now we have a big view. We can see an extended view of his Apollo's brown eye. Like you can see very small details. What's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Perceive, press triangle.
Gotcha!
So when I found an animation that's weird, I pressed triangle. Miss Orly, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? That indeed, Justice. I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
Memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what will remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. The bottle? The swinging of the bottle.
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle? The murder weapon! Exclamation mark. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness' habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself, as this is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet, I am doing nothing.
She's reverting back to her persona of Russian waitress. Pain da-da-da. Judge da-da-da. Apollo da-da-da. We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please, now.
Changing back into her dealer suit. Ah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got here.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up there. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in the daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed or fine. Flawed. Not. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
Let's save. Because I'm not sure of what to press here. What's the... She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. The phone call, I think. Because, yeah, he went to the first floor to get the phone call. So, if she didn't let him out of her sight, he would,
Take that!
Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ugh. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Eee! He's taking a picture of himself. Accidentally. Like the borscht is like it's not borscht, it's like lobster. Like the tray, the bowl, everything's falling on the floor now. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it at night wasn't the defendant. So now we see the animation again. The dealing of the card. One card, two cards. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pocket, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Arr! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me! You, some master of cheating you turn out to be! So yeah, he grabbed the bottle and knocked down Harley. Eek! When I came to...
The victim was already dead, is that it?
That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in the league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Judge, ... Apollo, ... Pain, ...
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with the bottle when I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I cannot blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Christoph, ... Mr. Gavin, sir, I believe that as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Harley a big fat liar. What? The three were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. Phoenix laughing. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. What happened? I don't know what happened. Anyway.
Mr. Wright?
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. Of what I am saying. Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of card were being used. A fourth person.
This theory again! Your fourth person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the card made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the back of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out what it was?
It's not me, I swear!
Who is this fourth person?
Why do I always get to put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Yeah, Christoph.
Take that! ...
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or on the table. But look! You can see the color in this photo. No, that was just presented after, during the trial. Yeah, but when he said that the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Yeah, at the beginning of the trial, it is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passion. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No. Nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know even I would never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous! Beyond dumb! This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met!
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. Christoph is objecting. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin! Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I've explained before, the defense believes that Miss Horley shakes his head.
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Exclamation mark.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay. Lou.
Does the court, in your opinion, needs to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Yes, let's hear it. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your own teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. ...
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Witness testimony. The appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I at dinner, we sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Oh, so he called the police because there was a racket. Then he come back, oh, there's a murder.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Bush Bowl Club at the night of the murder?
I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in the murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial? The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice! Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin was Mr. versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? appetite before the murder. That evening, Christophe and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph.
Hold it!
You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Boat Club quite frequently. We were enjoying our usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual? Always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the place and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christophe. We dined for 2 hours, then Christophe left, and after that, J.D. Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christophe left.
Hold it!
5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christophe Gavin and J.D. Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Oh, sorry.
Hold it!
About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. The plan was simple. Elegant, really, you see. We set up a trap of sort. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. Then, when their hands were revealed, Smith could call him out and search Wright. He would then open up the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swap the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted! Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was a 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
Oh, there was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
The murder weapon? No, the bottle is empty. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The color glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. No, the bottle is empty. It's not that. The bottle is empty. Look. Do 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 do. Did I have any more evidence that I didn't check? Oh, I only have the victim's hands. I didn't have the defendant's hand for some reason. Yeah, because the defendant's was not necessary.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3, approved of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony, this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. So I'm here supposed to present, and the deadly bottle said it was empty.
Objection!
Yeah. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any cards in here. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely ... isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out? Ooh, and a 6th person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
And what have you disparaging our investigation either? We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the guard just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradiction called for decisive evidence.
Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him! It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO! Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Christoph and I at dinner, we sat at the table with his photograph. Shinny Smith woke in 5 minutes after Christoph. Discovered the traveling the game, disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. I had to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, lost feeling from a cut on his forehead. Well, this is good. This could be another contradiction, I'm gonna say. The picture doesn't see a cut in his forehead.
Objection!
Yeah, there. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? Take a look at this photograph on the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. ... Huh, good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh?
You?
You put the hat on the dead man's head?
Yeah, he worked through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph.
And?
I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why would you do such a thing?
All I can say is I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touch at the crime scene, honest to goodness. So Miss Orley didn't see it. It being the victim's, his head. Oh, I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your client, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled, I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the car in the bottle to dispose of it. When I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
A reason?
That reason is right here. Your phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police? Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone shinapate? It wasn't you, was it? Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. Yeah, I mean, like, why? He just said that someone hit him hard, and you already assumed that it was on the forehead or the flawless bone. Like, he only met him on the. He only met him on the hole, and he knew that he was bald, and he knew that he was hit on the forehead. Like, this is pretty a stupid mistake. So that's why he put the hat so he could create a contradiction to the cop should be here in any minute. I'm in your hands should it come to that. A bone china plate. A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borch Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china plate? Oh,
That's right.
yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. ... Trouble, I returned to the crime scene, and when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? Christophe, So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hats back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It comes down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright?
Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne,
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Eh? Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well, this will be the final recess for the day.
April 20th, 2:32 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? Question mark.
may I?
Oh. Huh? What? So this is the girl that was on the... Like, this is presumably Phoenix Wright's daughter, but she's older now. Like, older than 7 years old. So it's kind of impossible that she would be Phoenix Wright's birth daughter. So she's probably adopted. But what?
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
What's all this about? Is this one okay? So he just picked a red card.
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all.
Yeah. There's an ace of spade and a drip of blood, and it's from a red deck. So this is the fifth ace. An ace? Where do I remember that card from?
Mr. Smith's hands has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's has 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true! I have seen it the 5 days! There was cheating, I swear to you!
The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red? Is this blood?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
So yeah, she's dressed like a magician, but she's now wearing light blue instead of pink. Because she still have the same diamond brooch. But yeah, she's dressed like a magician. She has a pink scarf around her neck. But like a small handkerchief, more than a scarf. Then she leaves. This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. The locket. Yeah, this one is probably 7-year-old in that picture, so she's probably 14. Bloody ace added to the court record. Received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? April 20th, 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. It is, now we can see it's Apollo versus Winston, 1-on-1. Christoph is not here. Nobody's on the witness stand yet.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand?
There he is.
Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have come on in this courtroom.
Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is this about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Oh, Phoenix is next to me now. Oh, I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Hyde? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Yeah, because he's on the assistant side. Usually, Phoenix is standing where Apollo is. So it's like, oh, things sure different from the other side. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Ooh! When Mr. Wright returned to from reported crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been in there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Dot dot dot. Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Hyde! Exclamation mark. Yet, I'm afraid is the current situation. I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Witness testimony. That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. A bald-headed and unconscious girl, unhide, holding her bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Hyde. That doesn't make sense.
So you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantage to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stands after all. So you are Mr. Gavin? Question mark. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh!
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going to up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then you knew the truth! You knew the true nature of your client's job!
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he would know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I fear this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window onto the highway. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yeah, a relic of the ancient past. The black marketeer used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking it through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? ... I didn't want to upset Hyde, you see. Hello, Blind Pizza Guy! How you doing? So, we're in the middle of Chapter 1 of Apollo Justice. And now we're interrogating Christoph Gavin. Do you remember how the story went? Have you seen my first playthrough of this game? Upset Mr. Wright? Yeah, but my fears had been unfounded. I'd be walking in on their match, bad form to say the least. So far everything here is he's saying makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place.
Hold it!
How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there it is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I think I remember seeing the part of the pilot or Apollo Justice, like Miles Etro's game introduced him or something. I don't remember much, but I happen to have a lawyer dragon here with me, my crew, so he can help us. Alright. Have you ever introduced me to your dragon lawyer friend? But no, Apollo was first introduced in this game we're playing right now. He was in the 5th game, Dual Destiny, which I never streamed. He was not in Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix was never introduced in Miles Edgeworth. One of the characters that is in this game that carried over to Miles Edgeworth games would probably be Emma Skye. There's probably going to be Gumshoe as well. I don't remember if Gumshoe makes an appearance in this game. Probably on the flashback when on the day that Phoenix Wright lost his badge. I only remember just a little bit about this one. Okay, so basically Phoenix Wright has been accused of murder. And yeah, it's a guy named Shady Smith. I don't think that's his real name. His age is unknown. He's been hit with like cerebral hemorrhage to a blunt trauma to the forehead. And when Christoph was talking, like he spilled something that hinted that he knew more than he let on. So now Phoenix is accusing him of murder, but he also requested when he called for Christoph Gavin that it would be his protege, Apollo, that would be representing the defense. Like he wanted Apollo to call the shot, and Christoph would be here just to accompany him and show him the rope, but all the decision will be on Apollo. And Phoenix wanted that as well because he was suspecting his friend to be the culprit. So that's why he called him to ask him for the defense, but having not him to defend him directly, but his accomplice, his protege. So now we're playing as Apollo, and now Phoenix is standing next to us. Even though he's the defendant, he's not supposed to be there. And we're cooking the actual our mentor. So we're cooking our own mentor. I was afraid you've changed too, Hyde, but you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. What I do remember about this game is the music. I noticed that they changed it for this version. Yeah, it's better music, a better graphic, better drawn with HD. Like it's 2D animation. They haven't done much for the 5th and the 6th games since they were already in HD. They just had to port it for the game. The most of the work was done on the 4th game. My lawyer dragon friend will now proceed to introduce himself. Very well. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead and he appears in the photo. As he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene for the crime? The scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand.
Hold it!
Those were the only 3 at the scene of the crime? Yeah, as far as I saw at least.
Then we're back where we started! The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright! Who else could it have been? But why did you talk to the police?
2 reasons. I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. And why? My office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
Hello, Elder Onyx. I am All Black Snow Dragon and the current group leader of the Snow Dragon until the Queen comes, hopefully late. later this year. Okay, the queen is gonna come later. Great. So you're Elder Onyx Esquire. Pleased to meet you. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice. I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yeah, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we're agreed, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. He didn't mention that he was my largest dragon, by the way. Well, being an elder dragon suggests that he's not only big in stature, but big in height as well. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Exclamation mark. Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out the card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
Compared to the other elders, he's about 5 centimeters longer than the other two. Yeah, at least. That's still 2 inches. Okay. Should we show evidence? I want to consult the court record. I got the 5th ace with me. The back is red. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Yeah, he's a big boy. Okay, I think I have a reason. I have a reason as because the hat... No, the hat wasn't put on. Oh, okay, I see why the card needed to be moved. Because... No, not that. The blow to the head and the trickle of blood went upwards. The guy was slouching his head backwards, so the blood will trickle backwards. Like the puddle of blood would be on the floor behind the chair. The blood on the card would suggest that his head would be leaning forward. But since the trickle of blood went backwards, the only reason why the drop of blood fell into the card was because the chair was swiveled. His back was standing away from the table. So for some reason, before he was killed, the victim swiveled his chair, like looking behind him. And then he got hit on the head, the head fell forward, and then the trickle of blood fell and dropped onto the table. And so what the murderer did was swivel the chair back. Since the blood fell on the card, he removed the card and picked up somebody else. Picked it with some other card. But since the murderer didn't know which deck they were playing because the cards fell all over the place, He assumed that they were playing with the blue card, so he picked a blue card. That's making me question whether he got hit on the forehead or at the back of the head. No. There was only one blow. It was definitely on the forehead. There's only one wound. So the fact that it was hit on the forehead is undeniable. So yeah, I'm gonna show evidence. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swiped out. ...
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Okay, so how do I proceed? Oh, I cannot save here. I have to save before. Okay, so I have it right here. Let's hope it works.
Take that!
My reason is this.
Is that an ace?
Why? Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade.
What?
This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing 5th ace?
Inconceivable! How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I give it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade after all.
Objection!
No! Nine! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? That? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Okay, so what they're saying is that the 5th ace that we have right now is forged evidence. But the only person who could know that this is indeed forged evidence is the killer, so he's kind of confessing. In court, in real life, that will never fly. Not in a million years. Because of course, like, decisive evidence, if you're trying to cover a murder, you will take away some evidence, the thing that will incriminate you. So he probably destroyed the real card, you know? Exclamation mark. So now the way that you react, now he's like, his lips is twitching. He's trying to keep his cool, but nope, it's failing. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason for
the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Yeah.
Where are you going with this?
Can I see other pieces of evidence? Yeah, it's a very small room. As you can see, there's only a cabinet behind him. So, removing so if he hit the guy on the head, on the forehead, while he was standing away from the table, that would have suggested that there's a secret entrance in this room, and that's how the guy got in instead of going through the window. We need I need the plan to be part of the evidence.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is not permissible. Oh? Right! Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene? And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
As this is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection!
Now it's Apollo. Oh, no, it's Phoenix. Now he's doing the pose. Oh, I assure you it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. Okay, now we see the plan in your head. Yeah, there's now it's a 3D model. There's the stairs, there's the little window. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims? The killers? The witness? Or the second witness? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The victim.
Take that!
And this, you will need story mode to point it. Well, isn't it the victim's positions that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You would think any blow would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Ugh.
Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in his position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right. So what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man! Apollo, try turning the chair around. Recreate the crime scene. Okay, okay. So the way it works, because usually when you were on the DS, you can grab it with the stylus and move it around freely. In here, you just have to click on the chair and the items does the turning on its own.
The chair was facing the other way?
It would have to be. So, we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. Elder Onyx reminds me of the Reptiles versus Drakes case that got really nasty. Yeah, what happened? That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding on the crime? The killer. The victims, the killers, or the witness? The second witness. I'm gonna save just to be sure. Whose location created a contradiction if the victim was facing away? I want to say the killer.
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it would be quite hard, yes.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense! Why would the victim suddenly turn face to the wall in the middle of the game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Where the cabinet is? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Here.
Take that!
The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
Ah, I thought I was onto something there too.
I already need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit it from above?
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, when I discovered that the Drakes were conspiring with the humans to try to get rid of us, the Drakes got angry and started shooting acid everywhere because they were trying to frame the reptilian dragons for doing something to the humans. As a result, the reptilians left our keep entirely and decided to make their camp somewhere else. Okay. Interesting. So if this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there.
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? ... Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately.
Bailiff, send the team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Ah, Your Honor,
What?
there's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. There's a note.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best, sir. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means that it was moved. And the only way it could be moved is close to the window where the second witness would not be able to see shit. Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. So now we see the killer where the cupboard should be, the victim standing where he is, the witness being knocked unconscious, and the second witness who can only see through a blocked window. Now, everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime?
Second witness.
Take that!
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs.
Ah!
That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. ... So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor.
Order! This is a court of law and I will have order!
Bailiff, we just now received word from our investigating team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh! And what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
What?
Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentioned it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. ... Everybody's looking. Prosecutor's sweating. Christoph is adjusting his glasses. Phoenix looks proud of himself. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card from the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Christoph ...
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ugh! Grabbed the bottle, smash into the head. Boink. And the bottle didn't break even though it was empty. What? What did you do that? Wait, I'll get help. Mrs. Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's right. Olga. So, yeah. So, Smith knocked Olga out with the bottle. He hit the back of her neck. So, yeah, Phoenix was like, okay, I'll get some help. So he called the cops. Then when he come back, he was dead. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and bang! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the card on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Okay, all the cards were on the floor. The second deck that was blue were still on the tables. That's why you assume that the cards, the deck they were playing with blue cards. Ah.
Well, it seems this trial is taking yet another turn.
Shakes his head.
I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Christophe adjusting his glasses, ... Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne!
Yeah? Yes, Your Honor?
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
Wah!
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Okay, he's keeping his cool, he shakes his head. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes! The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down!
Exclamation mark. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court and this case demands an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? Ah, see how the codfish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you could come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to move? Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints in the bottle are upside down?
I'll take Olga's photo. Like we see Phoenix who can grab a bottle from an inverted hand position because the the crate of grape juice bottles are on the floor. So I'm gonna go with this one.
Take that!
It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me? On the floor?
Yes, now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair.
Ah!
See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottle upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple.
Recall our dinner that evening, Christophe. ... I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then, you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottle and made it look like the murder weapon.
Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Shakes his head. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought. More baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Exclamation mark. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club.
Oh yeah, so he did the switch. So the murder weapon will still be at the club. So that's why he asked on the memo, like, to recover the other bottle. So we can examine it and we're gonna find one with the 5 of hearts probably in it. So this is where he slid the bottle in. Okay. Sorry, I'm checking my messages. Wow.
And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to do that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that butties. Sorry, we're not saying much here. We always love to see the verdict issues. Yeah, great. It's okay, it's okay. I don't mind lurkers on my channel, but as long as you react and comment whenever you feel like it is enjoyable. Thank you for staying. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright? That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Yeah, I can see. I don't have to turn it. I can see a card from behind the label. Just turn it around, and it's a crunched 5 of hearts. There's something inside the bottle. We uncap it. Yeah. Is this your card? What's this? It's a card! It can't be! Recall the unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orly? Yes, our little swindling Devochka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person at the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin! Took the hit, adjust his hair. But now he's fuming. He wants to slam the desk, the stand. Boom! The fist is shaking. The energy was so high, the borch that fell with the lobster fly to the air for a while, and then when he slammed the fist, everything fell down again. That is all. Fist is still shaking. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the event that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? ... My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. ... Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? ...
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. And now the profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years and you still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright, our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty! Confettis! Court is adjourned!
April 20th, 4:28 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. Yeah, the crowd cheers so satisfying. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing there. It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. Couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability? Ability? Yeah, sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... like, back when he, like... Yeah, so Apollo has, lie to me powers. Do you know what that is? So, he has better eyes than Phoenix, and he could spot little twitches on the body language. He could tell when someone is lying. Little habits, some conscious movement and stuff. So yeah, he spotted that the witness Olga Orly would scratch her neck every time that she would lie, because that would remind the moment when she got hit on the head with a bottle. I have one question for the witness then. Basically, can recognize mannerism as someone's lying. Yeah. But for some reason, Phoenix knows that he has that power, but he doesn't know it yet. It's starting to bloom. Like, you say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true! Now he sees the scratching of the head. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answer. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have to commit the murder, eh? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Now we see the locket. Like, Phoenix's daughter, air quote. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took it off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's pictures inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. Hello, Elder Onyx. So when we and Rose became elders together, she said I had that ability. I didn't believe her at the time either. But when those drakes started doing their little tail twitch thing because they have spikes on the end, I was able to tell. Yeah, okay, so Rose has that power too. Great. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why would you have a picture of your own daughter? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, no, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached a sad conclusion and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the court? I'm not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Yeah, the fifth ace. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed, a naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence.
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card could not have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim this was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer! Exclamation mark. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really? Yes. I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? Not me. So it's true. The rumors is true. 7 years ago. Phoenix. None of that matters now. Does it? Exclamation mark. Yarr! ... Oh, he punched... Okay. Apollo just punched Phoenix in the face and he took it. But he didn't flinch. The head just moved. Like... I punched him. Phoenix ... It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut? Try yelling, take that next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out of the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mystery went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea where they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I would find out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. The end. End of chapter 1. Would you like to save? Yes, I would like to save, but I will not finish the stream yet. I still have a lot of energy, and I wanted to stream as much as I could, since the next day I'm gonna be streaming this game would be on next Friday. So I'll make it as much as I can as possible. Yeah, wow, yeah, so All of Us Dragon, we actually watched some of the Phoenix Wright games last year. We wouldn't expect this from Phoenix. Right, yeah. So there's a reason why Phoenix is doing all that. Because you understand that even if you... The way the justice system is made, some crimes, even if you got all the right evidence... Even if evidence is everything, you cannot solve all the crimes. And basically, I think Phoenix wants to work on a reform of the law system. And this is why he will not come back as an attorney. I think he wants to change the law, the rules, and once it's done... Now can he return back into practicing law. But right now he cannot. So let's complete the save. Let's go back. Continue on the next episode. Yes. So this is chapter 2, the turnabout corner. So we see a spinning wheel. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. So this is a wheel of cart. So we see a car stopping in front of Phoenix. We see the girl running with a dog after somebody, a guy with an accordion playing a harmonica, and then we see a man in the shadow pushing a cart, spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, then we see a shadow, gunshot, we see the park, 3D model of the city, and then it says, "You die. When the wheel of fate stops, you die." June 15, 9:12 a.m. Ride & Co. Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Ride & Co. Law Offices. So yeah, the Phoenix Wright's office changed a lot. There's a lot of props from magic shows. So I recognize the bookshelves. I recognize the furniture. There's some trophies. There is a box when you could split, the box when you can split a person in 3 pieces. Sometimes it's 2, but this one is in 3 pieces. Like there's a top section, a mid section, and a lower section. There's a magician's hat, light blue, with a red handkerchief. There's some sort of case for something circular that's pink. There's a hula hoop. There's a guillotine, a small guillotine, like to put a hand in. Like this is like a trick, like you could chop your hand. Oh, it's not chopped. And you have metal gold rings that are bound together. Some playing cards, cups and balls with a little wand. There's a picture of a magician. I cannot see the top of his face, but there's it's black and white, and he has a brooch shaped like the club in the cards. Like it's a club-shaped brooch. And we see a plate of spaghetti with a suspending floating fork. Like it's as if like there's a string. There's a strand of spaghetti that's standing vertically, that's holding the spaghetti on a float inches above the spaghetti plate. There's a hula hoop, package, boxes, and I see the piano, and there's also a red drape on the keyboard. Like right now, the piano is not being used as a piano, but more as a stand for magical props. So this is supposed to be Ride & Co. Law Offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling.
Ah! You must be here for the interview. Right this way.
Huh?
Hello there. You found the right place. With a W. Welcome.
Oh, what's with this girl?
Well now, shall we begin?
Begin? Begin what?
Right. First thing first. Any special talents?
Talents?
Yes, well, you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending? An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course.
You think so?
Let's give it a go, shall we?
Huh?
Go ahead, show me, defend! Just give it all you got, don't hold back now!
What are you talking about? I can't just defend here.
First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks. I'm not a performer, I'm a defense attorney.
We want people to be laughing with us, not at us.
Thanks. And I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all.
What? What exactly do you think you came here to do?
What? Defend? No? ...
Excuse me, but do you know where you are?
Huh? The Wright and Co. law offices, right?
Oh! I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge.
Well, you apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning.
Perhaps you should go read the sign up front again?
What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency?
Welcome to the Right Talent Agency, where you're always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician.
It all came flooding back. The trial. That girl.
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
Yeah, it's the girl from the locket. That's right. That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy Wright.
Here, check out our flyer.
The Wright Talent Agency.
So, what's your name?
Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Okay, I can talk, examine, present, or move. I'm gonna present my badge. Oh, not like that.
Oh, I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. Looks just like the one Daddy used to have. Now, if I take this badge and do this and this, see? Ta-da! It's gone!
Hey, my badge! What did you do with my badge?
No need to worry. Just look in your pocket.
Huh? No way, my pocket? Wait a second, there's something in there. It's a flyer for your agency!
And here's your badge. You can have it back now.
That's the last time I let her touch anything of mine, period. Right Talent Agency, I'm gonna talk with her. So, is this really a talent agency?
You bet! Daddy started 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now.
2 people, does that include you?
Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire! I've done a lot of stage show, paid too. I am a professional, you know.
I wonder if there's a left talent agency just... yeah. Right.
Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire.
Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano?
That's why I said extraordinaire. Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why? There are many magicians who can't do magic. Duh! At least
you're optimistic, I'll give you that. Trucy Wright. So you're your Phoenix Wright's daughter?
That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it?
No!
I'm in charge of his whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
15? How old is Phoenix Wright?
33? Yeah, he's 33 this year.
I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope.
Huh?
Question mark. Yeah, is there a reason why he had his first child when he was 18? No, he's adopted. Back when he was during the first Phoenix Wright game, he was single and no child. So yeah, he's adopted. Well, he adopted a girl, probably from Shady Smith. Will explain why he had a locket with the picture of her on it. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
You know about that?
Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal.
So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance.
Daddy, right. That reminds me about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in.
Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better.
What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit.
Oh, the Hickville Clinic. It's quite close.
Right, well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this show big gig some thought, okay?
Wait, I'll go with you.
June 15, 9:45, Hickville Clinic. Okay, now we see there's a bed. There's a pink toy piano like Schroeder's piano in Peanuts. There are 2 bottles of grape juice, and there are piles and piles of DVDs of what appears to be from the Steel Samurai shows. There's DVDs on the floor, DVDs on the TV, DVDs on the bed, DVDs next to the pillow, DVDs on the table that go atop the bed. Yeah, one of those little toy things that your nephew has. Yeah, it's the same. So this is Phoenix's bed. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Now we see the doctor. He's missing some teeth, and he has a golden tooth. And he seems to be scratching himself everywhere. Shoulders, ears, armpit. He has a little tuft of pink hair in the middle. He seems to have gray eyebrows.
Visitors, are ya?
Yeah. Are you the doctor?
Yep. Dr. Hickville's the name.
Good morning, Doctor.
Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever.
Okay, now he's having a pervy look. His hands is doing a grope movement, and he has his hand on his stethoscope. And yeah, he's sometimes wiping drool from the side of his lips.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh, yeah. Except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examine?
Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. This is Phoenix.
Why, if it isn't the daddy-o, the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy.
Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you to so soon, Apollo. Oh, Mr. Wright. Let's talk to Mr. Wright. What happened about Trucy Wright Talent Agency? What happened? So what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. A hit and... You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He really is as lucky as they say. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna examine the room. So, let's see. TV. What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action hero show.
Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. His booger flick attacks is a big hit with the grade school crowd.
I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episode will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know. Yeah. Try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? That's a long story, like a lot of things, actually. Okay, DVDs. Mr. Wright's bed is really messy.
Look how messy this is! You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy?
Yikes, she's attempting to clean up. Look out! You got me. What can I say? I was raised in the barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Yeah, the pile of DVDs. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's action hero show. Oh, this kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh? Like a niece or a nephew? Something like that. Why the collection? This kid's parents must really be generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. Now the piano.
Ah! Daddy! You snuck some grapefruit juice.
No,
You stuck.
sorry.
You snuck some grapefruit.
Why do I say grapefruit? It's grape juice, not grapefruit juice.
You stuck some grape juice in again.
It's supposed to be wine. She would be more pissed off if it was really wine.
You snuck some grape juice in again. The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here.
True, see? Look at the label.
Oh, it's alcohol free. Never mind. Oh, it's deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess.
No! No, no. Why would mineral water be green and made out of glass? I switched the labels. Don't tell Trucy, okay? Yeah. What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. A pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. How unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play. Am I done? Yeah, I think I'm done here. Yeah, I'm done. About Trucy. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but, you know what I mean. You mean old. Oh, Trucy's still a child.
Daddy! How many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. I'm 15.
But you always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot! I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Oh, not a mere stage magician. She's a genius.
Tee-hee! Aw, Daddy!
You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. Right Talent Agency. So, why did you contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me? Oh, don't you get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragging like this.
Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway?
Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital.
That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries?
Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other two must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school again.
No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us? Polly!
Huh? What? Now it's my fault? You calling me Polly now? On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right, I hear what you have to say.
You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker.
Shut up. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Our client. All right, so who's the client? Oh, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Alden Stays. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. When he got hit by a car. The car sent me flying, nicked the telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. But I'm not a prosecutor either, I'm a defense attorney! I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Screw this, screw you guys, I'm going home. This is crazy. Oh, don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh?
Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny.
Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. Yeah, so it's in front of People Park. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So there are two entrances to the park. One from the south and one from the east. To the west, there's a river. And to the north, there's nothing. Like, there's no open areas. So we have Phoenix Wright's office. There are some street that zigzag and then it goes by the park. And then there's supposed to have a bridge where you cross the river. And next to the street, to the north side of the street is the park. And the park is big. The river cuts through the park. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Map added to court record. Okay, the area around Mr. Wright's office. Okay. So I guess we're gonna move. Back to Wright Talent Agency. June 15, 10:05 a.m. Wright Talent Agency. Hey! How long you planning on making me wait, hey?
Ah, good morning.
Hey there, Trucy doll! So now we have another man. So that was that little blurb that we saw. Yeah. So now we have a man. He seems to have noodly blonde hair. He having thick, dark gray eyebrows. He has a beanie hat that looks like a ramen bowl. He has an outfit. He's wearing white. The motif on his sleeve is the same as the one on the ramen bowl shaped beanie, and he has an harmonica tied up on a string around his neck, and he's also wearing some sort of blue towel. So he looks like a shop owner, like he runs a ramen joint. It's just me, like the ramen hair. He looks like his hair are made of noodles. He has the hair like ramen noodles.
Sounds like your pops has a bit of a rough spot, eh?
All's well that ends well, I guess.
This is our client.
Hey, so is it that Polo fellow, hey?
And that was the guy with the harmonica that we heard. Yeah. I think it's the guy who... yeah, I believe he was involved around... yes. The name is Apollo.
Look at him there, arms are crossed like ready to fight.
Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you?
The boss told you that I need what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Polo.
Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it.
Defense? Your noodle have cooked. It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep has been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen.
Noodle stand?
You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly?
Eldoon. His name is Mr. Eldoon, which is noodle spelled backwards. No nicknames, please, and no, of course I don't know him.
You're new in this parts?
Not really.
Then you know the best noodles in town, Eldoon's Noodles.
Which is almost a palindrome. Whose noodles? This game just like does, yeah, they like to make puns with the names. Like with Olga Orly, it's supposed to be pronounced O'Reilly. And every time she names herself with her full name, the judge would go, "Oh really? Olga Orly, oh really? Orly." So whose noodles?
My noodles, or help me out there, Juicy Doll.
This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client.
His name is Guy Eldoon, the noodle guy. Guy Eldoon, the noodle guy. I'm gonna take a bite of my brownies.
Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon.
Anything for you, Juicy Doll?
Okay, let's examine the room. I haven't done that for the talent agency. So there's a portrait of a guy. Mutton chops. No mustache. No, yeah, he's wearing same outfit as Trucy, but it's a black and white. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat.
That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday.
Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if it's gonna be well over 100. Okay. So she's dressed just like him. I get it. Ever since she was small.
How rude!
So here's the props. There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano.
Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapon far from reach.
But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it.
Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain.
I guess Mr. Wright really can play. here's the silk top hat. I'm gonna take a sip of water. A blue silk hat, just like the one Trucy's wearing.
That's my spare. Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please.
What, it's a replica? Last thought from my mind, honest.
I put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat.
Indeed. So here's the box. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? But this one cuts people in thirds?
Oh, that's right. This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag.
I've seen one on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office?
Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below.
Okay, she's too small for the box, so she used it to put her clothes in. Headwear on the top, shirts on the midsections, and pants in the bottom. Makes sense?
I think it's a nice touch, don't you?
It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. And there's a plant.
Ah! Don't touch Mr. Charlie!
Mr. Charlie? You name your plant and you give him an honorific?
He's been in this office much more longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie.
Oh, I remember that plant. Yeah, it's true. It's been there since Mia was in charge.
He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney.
Huh. Mr. Charlie. Right.
Now I take care of him.
Here's the door. Here's the... Those are files. Those are law files and law books. This is from Phoenix side. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. You'd think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. Is this a coffee machine? That table doesn't look very sturdy.
You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table.
So, like, you make this teapot disappear?
So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling.
Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. Yeah, the contents of the pot change. Now it's Earl Grey tea, and now it's Darjeeling tea. Ta-da! Oh, there's a package. Looks like a parcel. That's one of those hula hoops things everyone was crazy about way back when.
Really? I had no idea these were that popular.
I'm not so bad with one myself, actually.
Eh? I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with this? Show me! Show me!
I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? Oh, okay. Because she uses a hula hoop on a levitating person to see, look, no wires. And the floating fork. Whoa, that fork is floating! Not! Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here?
Oh, that right there is the whole reason I became a magician.
Do tell.
I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real, that's when I knew. Someday, I would make magic more amazing than that spaghetti.
I guess we're done here. Nothing else. Yeah, nothing else. We can talk with the customer. Who's this guy? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr.
Eldoon! Guy Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for 1.5 years.
Oh, that's not that long, really.
My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 father passing the noodle to 15 sons.
That's a pretty old noodle.
Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well.
Let me guess, the harmonica? Oh.
There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy.
So it was like destiny that you became what you are.
Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate.
Not a mental image I care to linger on.
So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's Noodles.
Eldoon's Noodles. So tell me more about Eldoon's Noodles.
You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt.
Now, I really don't want to find out.
Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand.
How? Extra salty noodles? Yuck. With extra salty broth. Ugh.
He frequented my pop stands back during his attorney days too. Yep, him as his assistant.
I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon.
Wish you could, sonny!
Eh?
Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now.
What do you mean?
It was stolen, my stand! Gone! Poof!
Stolen? Stolen stand.
It was last night. I was doing my rounds. Blowing on my whistle.
Oh, it's like ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
Now you're just trying to butter me up.
That sounded more like the blues than a whistle.
I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone! My keep, my castle, oh!
So, okay, I see there's one ball on the floor, there's some sort of tarp, and there's a sign that says Maractus Clinic. Come in for a consult today. Like, it feels like the words are so stuck together. I don't know if it says consult or coconut. I think it's a consult. But I thought it would say consultation, but okay. So yeah, he lost the stand, and the first thing he does was singing the blues with his harmonica. Just shriveled. Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here.
Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished.
Yeah, he has a distraught look on his face.
All my noodle bowls were in there too.
Was he sucking on his hair like it was noodle? Yes, he was. Like one strand of hair was next to his mouth, and he just grabbed it and sucked it like it was one of those noodles.
Oh, that's the saddest thing I've heard all day.
You know, anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck.
Good, huh? Wait, what exactly is your request?
My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want.
Great.
Of course, I make it so hot and salty 2 bowls will kill a man. Then I would really need defense.
Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective.
This is where I live. You drop by if you need info, okay?
Okay, so he lives across the street, 1 block to the northeast, so he's very close to Mr. Wright's office.
Get it back today if you can, Polo. I got noodles to make.
Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves.
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo.
Huh? I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, listen to the least problem now. Don't be cruel.
I lost something last night. That is something. Something was stolen!
Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery?
Well,
She looks embarrassed.
someone stole a pair of my panties.
Panties? Trucy's request. So they were stolen. Your,
My panties, yes.
Right. Panties.
That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll.
I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties!
Okay, so this is what we saw during the opening as well. Like, that night, Phoenix got hit by a car, the noodle stand was stolen, and someone stole Trucy's panties. Now we see a dog running after Trucy, running after a guy. Now I see he's carrying panties in his hand. And then on top of that, there was a murder. Now we see he's knocking down one trash can. Some garbage bag is flying over with some debris.
I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait!
Well, that was certainly brave of you.
But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do.
A darn crying shame, yep.
Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map.
So yeah, this is Mr. Wright's office, so it's close.
I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stands or there's an empty bowl in your future, Polo.
So yeah, so this is gonna be our first case as part of Wright's talent agency, and we're gonna be paid in noodles, salty noodles. Hey, it's a lifetime deal, but still, does that pay the rent? Right.
And you help out Trucy doll here too, you hear?
Yeah, he's still slurping on his air.
Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We have no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases!
I hate spicy stuff, so maybe it's just trick. I might just trick my landlord with that. You're gonna pay your rent in spicy food, but it's not spicy noodles. It's just salty. I guess.
Let's see where we stand.
Not in a courtroom. That's where. Well, the first item of our list, Phoenix Wright.
Daddy's hit and run accident.
Just joking, I don't even have an apartment. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I can see the connections. Like, all 3 events appeared around the same area. Like, the hit and run accident in front of the park, the panty thief at Mr. Rice's office, and the car stand theft at the park. No, not at the park, at the noodle place, which is on the same street that goes square into the east entrance of the park.
We have to find the one who hit him.
Who's going to pay us for this again?
And the second item, Mr. Eldoon's request to find the stolen stand.
for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles.
And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties.
That bowl of noodles is looking better and better.
Let's go, Polly! To the streets!
Aren't you enthusiastic?
How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me!
I guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Okay, let's move. Hickfield Clinic, accident scene of the stand theft. Let's go to the accident scene. June 15, accident scene. Okay. We're standing in front of a gate that says Kitaki on it. And we see paint on the floor. There's yellow, red, and black paint all over the entrance, like it was vandalized. There's a crest it's shaped like a fox head. This is probably the logo of the Kitaki family. And on the wall, we see a dragon painted. A golden head, a green body on top of black clouds, and red clouds with an outline of yellow. So probably whoever vandalized the entrance took the paint that was used to paint the gates, the brick walls with the picture of the dragons on it. So apparently this is the accident scene, but I don't see the park. I don't see the... Oh. Maybe the accident knocked over the paint. That was probably it. Oh, okay. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car.
According to the map, this is the place.
What a huge mansion.
Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her.
Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there too. So, okay, so now the camera moves. So this is a 2-image scene. Now we see the people park. We have a police officer with do not cross tape who are blocking the entrance. And then we see an old lady who tried to jump the fence to get into the park, and a police officer tried to block her. So something happened at the park that made people not enter the park, and we have to go around. But there's a stubborn old lady. Nope, this is my path. I'm going to go through them no matter what. Now we see the lady brooming the floor. So she's chubby, quite large. She's wearing a traditional kimono. She has beady eyes with some strong makeup. She doesn't seem to be smiling, but she doesn't look menacing, you know.
Excuse me, can we have a few words with you?
Oh, you want something? Okay, now she smiles. She has nice brown eyes. Yeah, she has some sort of hairdo. Like she has like an old hairdo, like from samurai times, and she has some sort of headpiece that looks that's shaped like a setting sun, like a yellow sun under a red sky setting, and she's wearing a kimono with a red poppy, like red, yellow, and black. It feels like this is her family colors. And she has a green sash. Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating?
That's quite a house you got there. You must have a lot of money.
Phew, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. Eh? You, kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. She doesn't seem threatened. Like she's basically like her broom is made out of bamboo. Like it's an old broom.
Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something?
But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Oh, they're Yakuzas. Oh. Oh yeah. She unscrewed the broom handle and a blade is coming out. So there's a hidden blade inside of a broom. If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. And now her pupils are getting smaller, and she's giving us a mean look, like she's ready to put up a fight if should it comes to that. Whoa! Right.
Yay! Way to whip him into shape, madam!
Does she knows no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the fourth head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Ooh. Why was the broom late to the party? He overswept. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. There you go. Okay, let's examine the place. Okay, let's go with the lantern.
Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big!
The Kitaki family is pretty big around these parts.
I like the fox, it's so cute!
Ah, Dad, that's our family crest from the old country.
Your family crest?
We're clever as the fox, and our teeth are sharp.
So it's like a motto! You need a crest too, Apollo! How about the scales of justice on the lunar lander?
I'll pass, thanks. Okay. Okay, here's the gate. There's paint splash all over this gate. What a mess.
What's this paint knocked over? Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy?
That's right. Phew. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring this scoundrel by, would you?
Of course. There you can make them clean up their own mess.
You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some of the cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess.
Oh, I wish you could say cool things like that.
I'll bet you do. I would laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Yeah, so I was right. The car knocked over the paint. That makes the splashes on the wall. Okay, let's check the dragon. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paint must have been to repaint this wall. That's right! I called in an artist to do the job right. This is the third one so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So No, don't tell me. It's better I don't know. Okay, I guess we're done. Let's move. Can we go around? Ah, okay. I can look around like this. Oh, there's a young girl. Who's that? She's looking at the park. So she has her hair tied into a singular bun on the top of her head. She's wearing a yellow summer dress. She is wearing some sort of blue ribbon on her left wrist. Green scarf around her neck as a choker, and she has some sort of ornaments standing on top of that summer dress that are shaped like wings. She has blue straps, blue earrings, but green fingernails.
She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know?
There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Okay, let's examine this place. So now we have the People Park. People Park, huh? Kind of an odd name for such an empty place.
I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gate post.
Huh? Oh yeah, it says donated by Big Wins Kitaki.
You mean the Kitaki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that.
Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park? Odd move for a crime boss. Here's a policeman. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park.
You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous.
Hey, miss, stay out of the park!
He got mad at me.
Did something happen there, officer? Huh? Well, no, move along, nothing to see here. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids, and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Question mark, something wrong? Let me guess. Something wrong? Oh no, never mind. Not even. It's a detective. It's a lady. Something wrong? Ah, Detective Sky. We're fine, Mom. Nothing to report. Now we have late 20. She looks more like a scientist than an officer. She has pink sunglasses. She's wearing a lab coat. She has a bag with some vials of different color. She's wearing green vest underneath the lab coat and red ribbon. Detective. She has long brown hair and tied into some sort of weird ponytail, but not really a ponytail. It's like a top knot.
Why is she wearing a lab coat?
You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Ah. Why don't you kids run along and play somewhere else? Look, we're not... Or might I spill something on that pretty face of yours? Okay, she removes her glasses. And she has nice black eyes. Do you want a dose of experimental hydroxyacylute? I'm gonna have to spell it in my head and then say it aloud afterwards. Hydroxyacylunodocitrase. Hydroxyacylunodocitrase. You want a dose of experimental hydroxyacylunodocitrase?
Come again? What's hydroxy stuff?
Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep off the riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get more information like this?
Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street?
Oh yeah, that nice woman. Oh. Okay, I can press on the officer again. I gotta say, I would really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in! Unless you want a face full of hydroxyade, what's it? No dice. Oh, there's a garbage can. There's a big trash can on the way to the park. I see there's a blue slipper. A singular blue slipper. I guess we could check it out.
Detective's life sure is a hard one.
I'm an attorney, actually. Huh?
Two pieces of garbage with paint on them.
These are slippers. Oh no, it's a pair. It's a pair that says Maractus Clinic. Oh. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital.
Look at this, Apollo! Doesn't this go on the car?
It's a side view mirror. It's a broken side view mirror. So, yes, if this were Phoenix got run over, this is a piece of the car that was detached. Why would a pair of slippers appear from the hospital? Yeah. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something or someone.
Wait, you don't think...
I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright.
Wow! And he took off its mirror. I never knew Daddy was so strong. Only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take?
The slippers or the mirror? Let's go with the mirror. Mirror slipped into pocket. Oh. Torn off the car that Mr. Wright was found in front of Kitaki Mansion. Okay, so I can come back and switch for the slippers if I need the slippers. Okay. Okay, I can interact with the old lady who wants to get into the park from the fence. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate.
I smell an incident.
Ma'am, there's no entry to the park.
Now, don't you tell me where I can go, young fella! I always walk through this park on my way home!
Please, get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. We can see a wicker basket with a bottle and some leek. That must be the lady's groceries. Is she expecting to get it back when she crossing the gate? And there's also an ambulance with outside a solution bag. And there's what's the word? One of those rolling bed things that goes with the salute stick. I don't know. Alright, so there's nothing here for us, so I guess we're gonna have to talk with Miss Kitaki. The Kitakis.
Little Plum? That's a really cute name for someone so...
Yes? Say it. I dare you. Whoa!
What is it, Apollo?
How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy?
Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure.
I'm a lawyer. I leave for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters.
Gangs? Oh! That means you're the bad guys!
Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect the family fortune. Phew, things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. Yeah, I mean, if you this game came before Yakuza Like a Dragon, things were not as easy, but now they're even worse because now there are anti-Yakuza laws. So yeah, they say gangsters, but they're 100% Yakuzas.
So you're saying that business is in a slump?
Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Last night, accident. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Last night? Of course, you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away?
That's my daddy!
I should have known! One of our capos thought he made a great point then.
Capo? Point man? He's talking mafia, I don't understand.
Could you avoid using too much, industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Cleaning up this paint? With a broom? Splattered paint. Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowning in the sea of paint.
So you came to his rescue?
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over his paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me.
But why are you all here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you?
Please, go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff, lawyer boy. She's funny. I like her. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yeah. But we're community-oriented gangster now, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, you see. How noble of him. I avail myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. Okay, I'm gonna talk about the people park, and then I'm gonna present the rear view mirror that got detached. If that's what she meant by throwing away garbage. She probably tossed the rear view mirror in the garbage. So can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? Oh yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago, huh?
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding. What a morning. Phew. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house.
Did something happen at your house, too?
A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it?
Somehow, I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly.
A private matter. Okay, we're gonna ask about that. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers last night. Huh? I get a bad feeling about this. Don't tell me somebody stole them panties and at their house as well. We got a panty thief! Me, Little Plum Kataki, the victim of a panty snatcher!
What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen?
Ye got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard about word that panties has been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Chusi's and Miss Kitaki's panties having much in common. I just imagine Mrs. Kitaki's panties. No. Well, they're bloomers. They're not really panties. Like, they're like... When they say bloomers, we're talking about grandma underwear, you know? So, they're probably grandma underwear for her as well.
I know! We'll find your bloomers, too!
Great! Show me what you're made of. What you've got me into this time, Chusi? Oh, the girl came back. ... That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. She's a Kitaki too?
Miss?
Hmm?
Here, her flyer.
Right Anything Agency. The Right Anything Agency? Okay, I noticed that she has a ring on her left index finger. So, okay. So, either she's the daughter of the family or she's the would-be daughter. Like, she's probably either, like, she's either their daughter or their son's fiancé. Now there's a sticker on the flyer that says anything on top of talent. So it's like Right Anything Agency instead of Right Talent Agency. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency?
Well, yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice.
Attorney?
Drop by our office, we'll be waiting.
Ah, goodbye. And she leaves. Why did you give her our flyer?
I don't know, she seems like she could use some help.
She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Question mark. Okay, so let's give her the mirror. Can you tell me anything about this mirror? Oh, that's probably from the car that knocked that fellow across the street. Right, that makes this a valuable clue. Let me know if you found that car, would you? You splash Kitaki paint, you pay the price. Okay, let's see if anything happens when I present her the slippers. There's some paint on the slippers in this trash can.
I can only carry one thing at a time.
Okay, I'm gonna swap. Let's swap the evidence, if you would.
Righto!
Slippers cram into the pocket. Slippers for patient at the Maractus Clinic was found in front of Kitaki Mansion. I can examine them. Let me check. Let's see where there's oh. Okay, so there's yellow paint on the soil and there's a leaf. So there's not a leaf on the soil, but a leaf mark. Like a leaf fell on the paint, and when she walked on, like, I assume it's a girl, but it looks like when the person walked on it, like they made a leaf-shaped print. Like,
the bottom is covered with paint.
Huh? What's this weird shape here?
Looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped into some yellow paint.
So the outline was left when the leaf was removed. Ah, I got paint on my hand.
Apollo! I saw you trying to wrap your hand on my cape.
And I see toe prints inside of the sandals. This spot here is black.
I wonder what that is. Doesn't look like paint.
Yeah, it's probably dirt. So somebody walked on dirt before getting into the slippers and they were thrown out. No clues here. So let's see. Present sandals. Oops, wrong button. Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about. Okay. So let's change back with the mirror. Yeah, this is a side view mirror with some paint on it. Swap. Mirror slipped into pocket. So let's check the mirror.
It's cut clean off. I wonder what's in there.
Don't. There are barrel wires hanging out.
Let's see. Zap! Eat!
What? Are you okay?
Just a little joke.
Don't scare me like that.
You mean don't shock you? Zap!
Here's the paint. No clues here. So yeah, there's the paint on the back of the rear view mirror. It feels like, for some reason, somehow paint hit the car. So it's a green car, judging from the mirror. Now I can see on the tabs, okay, Phoenix Wright 33, Ickfield age question mark, Guy Eldoon age 46, Plum Kitaki age 42, question mark, mysterious woman encounter outside People Park, she seemed concerned, and then detective in a white lab coat, apparently in an extremely touchy mood. So is there anything else? I think we're ready to move. We're gonna go to the scene of the stand theft. June 15th, scene of the stand theft. There's a sign that says new. N-O-O. So, what's this place?
This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly.
Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already.
Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there.
Okay, so Eldoon's shop is neighbor to the Maractus Clinic. It says bargain, 3 shots for the price of 1. Okay. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? Yeah, there's a golden entrance with red carpet. Yeah, this place seems to be loaded with money for some reason. There's a sign, Maractus Clinic.
Oh, that's where the thief went.
The thief?
The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties.
I doubt it.
Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate.
Ah, there you are, Sonny!
Guy is here.
Well, you find anything yet?
No, I just came in. Not yet.
Oh, woe is me. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory ball gets. Just remember that.
This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Okay, let's examine the place. Okay, so the new sign. That's quite a sign, I think, that's new as opposed to old.
Ah, you like it? Made it myself. I did. I meant to write noodles, but ran out of space.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself. It's spruced up by my image, it does.
It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. There's a water tank here. It looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there.
Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious.
You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? Oh, I 100% believe that he does.
Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldoons only use water from all natural sources. ...
I think I'd take a rain check on eating here. Save the light. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light.
Save the light, indeed. Mr. Eldoon's house is practically in the dark here.
I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight.
Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Broth needs suns or it rots. What's it meant to do?
What do you mean broth needs the sun? You're not cooking the broth with the sun rays, are you? The fuck? Sorry about that. I'm gonna take a sip.
They just want my customer to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit.
That seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. Okay. So let's see, there's a tea kettle.
This house is, well, it's old.
It's been well loved, that's for sure. I lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character though, just like my soup.
I've always thought character was a positive thing. There's the blue tarp.
That's the place right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty with a blue tarp there.
So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night. I see.
You see? What? Did you figure out why it was stolen?
Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he was, or she, was looking for. They clearly knew that was under that sheet.
So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy, not bad at all.
Okay, there's a dog sleeping in his doghouse.
Look, a doggy! Good boy, good boy. Who's a good boy, Salty?
I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy.
Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way.
Spoon doesn't seem so lively.
She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing.
Apollo, let's find that scent soon, for Spoon's sake.
I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles, let alone salt. There's a singular bowl on the floor. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon?
Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's just gonna taste just like noodles.
Wow. Hey, it does smell like noodles.
All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy, I'm begging you.
Bowl added to the court record. I can examine the bowl. Okay. There's a little symbol on the bottom of the bowl. Looks like a crying man. It's a crying emoji.
Oh, look, I love these little personal touches.
Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off.
Must have been painted by hand with warm professional care.
After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift. Oh, there's even the symbol in the bottle as well. It's
The Eldoon Noodles mascot! Mr. Salty, oh, he's so cute!
it's not a very endearing mascot, is it?
You know, come to think of it, he looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts.
Can I help it if I like red? So yeah, this bowl doesn't give me anything. Okay, let's examine the clinic. I would understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Yeah, I love red too.
Maybe they're tax evaders.
Oh, sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today.
Did something happen?
Huh? Oh, no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor?
We need a little more info on this Maractus clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldoon, he's their neighbor and all. We should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there?
Bargain, 3 shots for the price of 1. Looks like they have a special offer going on.
3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, now's our chance, Apollo!
Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you very much. Whoever runs this clinic, they seems pretty business-minded. Maractus Clinic.
That doorway sure is sparkly.
The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. It must be quite profitable.
Funny, looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today?
Okay, there's the intercom. Red carpet. Yeah, nothing to do here, sadly. Oh, so this is the garage. Cannot go there. Can I ask more questions? Yeah, Eldoon's Noodles. So, your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it?
Hey, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen his share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say.
I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen.
Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend.
No one steals the legends and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo.
Isn't it about time he bought in a new one anyway? I don't think he has any money. Have you seen his garbage of a house? Stolen stand. Are there any more details you could give me about the stand?
You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of brat filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m. I reckon.
Guess he's not aiming for that late night market.
I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early.
Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast?
I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my old life in it. Nay, my old being.
They took everything?
Oh, my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least they left one bowl. Look, there on the ground.
You don't find that stand today, and I'll be forced to walk the street peddling that bowl, my last bowl.
Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. The garage.
That's it! That's where the thief who snatched my panties went to.
It's a great shame, that is. If they have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties.
The garage, right? You don't think the thief lives there, do you?
Fair! I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here?
Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly.
Meroctis Clinic.
Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Fair! Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet.
If anyone at risk of giving someone food poisoning.
That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Fair! Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what he was coming to him. Fair!
The wrong crowd?
Never you mind about that.
No. Let me see if I can present a profile. No, I cannot.
Sorry, Sonny boy, my interest is for my stand and precious little elves. Get cracking on that case. First my stand, I'm begging you. You can tell my bowls by the Mr. Salty logo.
The mascot of Eldon's Noodles.
They come to the stand, they sip, they drink deep from that bowl. And when they see the bottom, their face looks just like Mr. Salty. Genius, no?
Like crying in pain?
Very high concept.
You can't ply your trade if you don't love the tools. Remember that.
Yes, sir.
Trucy has a thing for professional, clearly. Am I done here? Can I move? Yeah, I can move to the Meroctis Clinic garage. Yep. A car the same color as the rear view window, and this one is missing a rear view mirror. The wires are coming out. There's a yellow skeleton. There's a box with a disassembled human anatomy mannequin. The one with the one side with all the muscles and the other one with all the skin. And there's a cat sitting on top of many boxes that says fragile, this side up, pharmaceuticals, stuff like that. And there's something near the wheel that looks like it's pink or purple. I don't know what it is. So, yeah, we're in the garage.
This is the place. This is where that panty snatcher ran.
Are you sure?
Maybe. Let's look for clues.
Clues.
Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties.
Trucy, could you try not saying panties so many times? Okay, let's see, there's a cat.
Hey, kitty cat. Here, kitty. It's not coming down.
We do like kind of suspicious, you have to admit.
It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you.
It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Here's a stepladder. Look, it's a folding ladder.
Polly, that's called a stepladder. Come on.
A stepladder? How is that different from a regular ladder then?
It's much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together.
Yeah, it's a foldable ladder. When you unfold them, it makes a ladder. But for some reason, she called it a step ladder because when it's folded, the last step would make a base just like a regular step ladder. But, you know, it's semantics at this point. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right?
Wait! Huh?
You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing.
Can we talk about something else?
Okay, let's talk about the car. There's something about this car.
Let's take a closer look.
Oh! It looks like a cell phone next to the wheel, and there's something that's stuck inside the exhaust pipe. Look, a cell phone. Dark purple cell phone with a pocket watch as a charm attached to it.
Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure.
I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here.
We should bring it to him later.
Cell phone added to the court record. Found it in the Maractus Clinic garage near a card. Who could have dropped it? I want to check it out. Yeah,
Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one.
it says 9:30 on it. It's kind of odd though.
What is?
I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself.
Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo.
Thanks. Finally some respect.
So what does that tell you?
Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details for one.
They did drop their phone after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already.
Good point. Is that the only thing? Yeah, it looks like one of those Blackberries. Like the buttons are the same. Like there's two buttons on each side, and there's one circular button that you can go up, down, left, right, like arrows. Yeah, the only detail is like there's a pocket watch next to the strap. Okay, let's examine the that scarf that's inside the exhaust pipe. That reminds me, I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Yeah, a muffler in the muffler.
Huh?
Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case.
Wow!
I remember the case record whenever I'm checking out the car. And I always check the tailpipe.
Everyone's gonna have a hobby, I guess.
Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There is something in there!
What?
Wait a second. Are these your...
Oh! My panties!
What? Already?
Wow, thank you, Apollo! You're a genius! Amazing!
No, really, don't mention it.
No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed.
Like, they're bundled into a ball. They look like, yeah, they look like heart-shaped bloomers. They're not really panties, but yeah, I don't think, yeah, those are her panties, but I don't think she's wearing them. I think it's like a prop.
Ta-da! You must have a nose for finding girls' panties.
Yeah, there's a little bow in the front, and there's big heart shapes on the legs, and diamonds and more hearts. Like it's light blue, powder blue in fact. What are those?
My little panties, of course. They come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them.
You're going to put them on? Like now?
Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da!
A ramen bowl? Whoa, where did that come from? How did that bowl get into your panties?
My panties are an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks.
Magic panties? Is that... Let me guess. If those are panties of holding, I'm gonna laugh so hard, but magic isn't real, so it's not. It's like a bag of holding, but it's panties.
They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly.
The Wonder Bar. Get it? You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner! Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Well, that's one of the case closed, at least.
What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade.
Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Okay, let's check the tire. Oh.
Hey, look at that!
The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue.
What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly?
A clue? Let's see. I don't have it on me. Oh wait, I do. Do I? I'll show evidence. I think I do have just the clue you got in mind. Yeah.
Take that!
My clue is this.
Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match.
I guess we could check it out.
Two pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on the car?
It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something or someone. Well, looks like we've just solved the case.
So the car that hit Daddy last night?
Is sitting right in front of us. Yep.
Wow! You put the pro in professional, Apollo!
Gee, thanks, Trucy.
Apollo,
Huh? What is it?
now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him.
Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. And this is hardly a case worth reporting. Are we done here? No, there's still the box here.
Eek! Someone's there!
...
Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton.
Just a human skeleton and painted gold.
There's a mannequin hand waving it to us from the box behind the skeleton. Hello! This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think?
It screams something, that's for sure. I didn't notice that, yeah, the skeleton was gold painted. Like, they're so rich. A baller. A baller. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, baller. Yeah, no, we're done here. Let's move. Back to Eldon's house. Let's move again. Let's go to the Kitaki mansion. Oh! It changed. June 15, Kitaki mansion.
Little Plum's not here. She's not finished cleaning, huh?
Maybe she went to get a paint scraper? Okay, who's the wise guy who spit gum out on the street? A voice carried all the way out to the street from inside the mansion.
She's a neat freak. How cute.
You there! It was you, wasn't it? Fess up!
I hope you said your prayers. You're gonna need them. Trucy, let's leave now.
Hmm?
Okay, let's go get the slippers.
You aren't going to search through the trash?
I don't think we need to.
Oh, no, please, knock yourself out. Don't mind me. I'll be waiting over here.
Just so we're clear, searching through trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? Oh, we can't. We don't have access to the slippers anymore? Okay, fudge. What's this? This changed again? They're not letting anyone into the crime scene. The guard at the entrance is humming a song. He's got rhythm, actually. Maybe he plays in a band. It looks like that woman's still causing trouble. Look, no one goes in. That means you.
Oh, what's the difference? Let me go! Ow! Ow, 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 ow.
Ah, sorry.
That's it, I'm suing! But I might change my mind for $5.
What is she, some kind of con artist? I might sue, but I can shut my mouth for $5. People Park. Apparently this park was a gift of the Kitaki family. The friendly People Park brought to you by organized crime. A very naughty part of me is tempting to write "We Kill" on the left side of the sign. We Kill People Park. Oh, naughty boy. Naughty, naughty boy. Yeah, I guess we're done here. Let's move out to, write anything, and then, not here. Oh, well, might as well check the court record for the panties. Is there anything special? Dot, dot, dot.
Something the matter?
I was just wondering if there was like a switch on these.
Of course not!
Huh? Mysterious.
Oh, do you want to know the secret of my panties?
No thanks. We use magic panties in the stage show anyway. I mean, personally, I'm curious. But it feels like a trap. Okay, let's go back to the Hickville Clinic. Oh, June 15, Hickville Clinic. Yo, how goes it?
Daddy, how do you feel?
Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngs on the case. Let's old daddy get some well-deserved R&R.
The elderly needs their rest.
Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Let's present the mirror. So this was the thing that led you to the car. Yes, sir, the mirror you knocked off was just the clue we needed. Good work, Apollo. Of course, you might say. I was the one who made solving that case possible. You don't get points for knocking off a car mirror. We found the panties.
Look, my panties! They come home to Mama.
Oh, thanks, Apollo. I was worried about them too. Trucy special ordered those. A startling display of parental concern. I would hate to have to buy a new pair. Ugh. Make that a not so startling display of cheapskatedness. Cell phone. Da da da. It's actually a relief to be so thoroughly ignored. So let's talk about the progress. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early.
Paulie's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them.
You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic.
Maybe something happened?
What is this Maractus Clinic anyway? Let's talk about the Maractus Clinic. All I've heard are the rumors, okay? That clinic's been making good money in a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. Don't you mean the Kitaki family? Oh, he did that on purpose. some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, you see. But yeah, when the Yakuza get hurt, they go see an underground doctor. In this case is the Maractus Clinic. They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. People Park.
It looked like something had happened in that park.
Ah, a body was found there in the unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? Well, it's not our concern in any case.
Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand.
Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe heading up for some reparation. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article floating.
My panties!
That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything you got. Anything not involving money. Goodbye, qui pro quo. Hello, pro bono.
Right. Back to the office to plan our next move.
So we're done here. Yeah, nothing new. Absolutely nothing new. June 15, Write Anything Agency. Oh, the woman came back. The young woman. You're the woman from the Kitaki place. Yes.
I knew it! Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please.
Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request. Your request? Let me guess. Something's being stolen? Your flyer? It says, now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me?
Maybe you can tell us what happened? Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties?
No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my, well, my fiancé, I suppose you would call him. Fiancé? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder.
Murder?
Have you heard about what happened at the park? Yeah, let's hear Tiala's story. So, what's your story? You frequented the Kitaki mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? Oh, no. Not yet. Yeah, so she's the son's fiancée.
Not yet.
Well, you see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's a gangster? Okay, so, the son of the boss has been accused of the murder that happened in the park. Okay. Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. Sorry. For some reason my nose is bleeding, but I don't know why. So I'm gonna pinch my nose for a while. So I'm gonna have to be talking with my hand on my nose for a while. Sorry about that. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life.
I think you're onto something. This is Kitaki. I like the sound of that.
I'm not sure your daddy would care much about that. Murder in the park. What happened? I haven't been told all the details. But I do know a body was found in the park near the Kitaki mansion.
There were a lot of police cars there.
Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this?
What sort of person is your fiancé?
Let's talk about the fiancé. Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name is Waki. Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. So yeah, it sounds like walkie-talkie, but it's Waki Kitaki. Oh, that's a picture of him. That's him. That's the picture of him at the park. He looks like Naruto. Yeah, he has a fox face. Yeah, some lock of his hair. Yeah, he has brown hair. But he has the Naruto cheeks. The mark on the... like those line marks that makes it look like a fox. And he's wearing some sort of sport jersey with fox faces. And a t-shirt of the Banded Badger. It's like the blue Banded Badger, one of those mascots. He has a stubble, and round sunglasses and a wanted bounty on his head for $10. But yeah, some of his locks of hair looks like fox ears, and his bangs look curly like a fox's tail, and they're orange. So he looks like he's wearing like fox ears, and he has a foxtail for hair. Well, that's quite the photo. I know. Oh, it can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday.
Say, I'm a boss already of this agency.
Please help my Waki, please. Right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared the letter of request. I know you need those. Letter request added to the court record. So now I can investigate the park. If I show this to the officers and saying that I represent the suspect, they'll let me in.
Alright, let's go check out the scene of the crime!
Let me check the letter request. Letter request from Alida Tiala for the little gold defense of her fiancé, Waki Kitaki. The envelope says hit request.
Why does this envelope say hit request?
It's a bit of a lingo. It's called calling a hit or a hitman. Sorry.
Oh, you mean gangster talk. So does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hitman?
I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Okay, that's funny. Alright, let's move. Kitaki Mansion. Detention Center. Oh, I can talk to the defendant. Alright. Let's go to the detention center. June 15, detention center. Visitors room.
Polly, you look as happy as a clam in this shell.
For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. Ahem. You ate something? This is the guard. Yes. We're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kitaki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while.
Trapped. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back later then.
So much from that battle. Alright, so let's come back later. Right, anything I didn't see. Kitaki Mansion. June 15, Kentucky mentioned. Oh, now there's a motorcycle in front of the park. It's a fuchsia motorcycle, but there's a white G on it, or a 6, but it looks like a G. Like it's very angular, like it's like square, like diagonal as well. You start from the top, you go left, you go down, you go right, you go up again, and you go northwest, and you make your G. So this is it, my first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play?
We're not playing. We're investigating, aren't we, Apollo?
Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Miss Yala must have used the Kentucky stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Yeah. So it's another Gavin. He looks like Christoph, but it's not Christoph. He's dressed in purple. His shirt is very dark purple, like aubergine. He's wearing a metal necklace, like a chain, with a crest that's the same as on the bike. And he's wearing thumb ring, belt buckle. Oh, he has white, no, not white. Blonde hair and blue eyes and an earring. But he looks, for all intents and purposes, he looks just like Christoph, but younger. So that must be his younger brother. Because the officer calls him Mr. Gavin as well. Oh, it's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. But this is the first time I've felt this way with a man, yeah? Mr. Gavin? Yeah, now we see a comparison with Christoph. Ah, Fräulein, what is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help?
Yes. The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request.
Oh, you must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime.
Oh, really?
By your leave, officer. Yeah, yes, sir, of course, sir. Very well, this way, Fräulein.
Whee!
Hey, what about me? ... Okay, now I follow. Ah, there it is. June 15, People Park. Here is Eldoon's noodle stand. So the noodle cart was used, was involved in the murder. So now we have a police statue surrounded with police tape that says "Do not cross," that stand in place of the guy who used to push the cart. There's a bucket next to it. There's a knife that's planted on the ground. Further away, there's a red garbage can, like a red net garbage can. There's a piece of cloth that's hanging from it, and we see the Mr. Salty logo. We see the soup broth on top. There's a box that says salt with a leak logo on it. There are some stool that are tied to the roof of the stand. Because it's a movable stand. So when he's parked, he unstrapped the stands and sit in front of the stand so people can sit in. Then we see the menu: ramen, rice bowl. And we have a tarp on the floor. I guess it's to protect the footprint because there's soil and grass. And yeah, probably it's to protect the marks that was left on the soil. And there's a little forest in the back. On that note, enjoy your investigation.
Thank you. Will we see you again?
Ask the wind, Fräulein. I'll be riding on it. Who was that?
Eek! Apollo, look! A corpse!
What? Hey, it's just a mannequin.
Wow, it sure got me.
Might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Yeah, it's the lab coat inspector. Oh, it's you. How did you get in here?
Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in.
Him again. That glimmerous fop always getting in my way. She's pouting. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? Dot. I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analyst says this was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the card? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky, I'm in charge of this crime scene.
She doesn't seem that happy about it.
She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you now to stay out of the way. Always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Okay, let's examine the crime scene. You can talk to her later on. So let's see. I got my snackoos ready because, like in the other playthrough, I'm gonna eat at the same time as her. So here's this must be for the mannequin. Hey there! No messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals, scientifically. She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she?
Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious.
I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I'd better check out what we came here to find at least. Okay, the stand. Hey there, no messing around with the crime scene. We need to investigate.
Apollo, look! That stand! It says Eldoon!
I've noticed.
Well, we solved the case of the missing stand, at least.
Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Menu. Sharp. Knife. I cannot do anything. Do I have to flash my badge? Oops. Always pressing the wrong button. If you could spare a moment to take a look at this. Can't you see that I'm extremely busy? Eating snacks, yes.
He's eating snacks, I would say.
This is getting nowhere fast. Okay, let's talk to her. The case. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time.
We're not making much progress here.
She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years, and they won't give me the position I requested. And then Hi Yuri gave up the defense attorney life. Talking about Phoenix. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. The same thing 3 times. Okay. Okay. No. I'm gonna drink some water. Sorry. I guess we need to go back. So we're gonna talk to Phoenix about her, and he might give us something that give us a better access to the. Sorry. Yeah, Ickfield Clinic. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems?
Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something?
No, me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem. No problem. Actually, I got a defense request. Defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me! Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? Sorry, I forgot. He's doing it on purpose. I knew it. Talk about the murder. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually.
Guess what? We found Mr. Eldo's noodle stand at the scene of the crime.
Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon before. Oh, I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was?
That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway?
A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. Sky connection. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on the case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me.
That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait. Maybe you know that other guy, too.
That other guy?
That shining prince on the motorcycle.
Prince? Mysterious prince. A Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucy so I can kick his ass. Indulge your concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looks just like Mr. Gavin. Oh, did he now? You know him? My guess is Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate.
Clavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy.
Not on my watch, Nero Missy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. And what was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park?
Yeah, that detective woman won't let us.
Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. No, I know what it is. It's a gift that she gave to Phoenix 10 years ago. It's to Dust for Prince. Just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Okay, let's move to the office. Under the silk hat. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh?
Whoa!
You know what this is, Trucy?
I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it and he got mad at me.
This is getting more and more suspicious. White powder placed gingerly into pocket.
Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is.
Alright, let's get out. Move out. Kentucky Mansion. Then People Park. And then present white powder. Does this ring any bells? Ah, is that? It couldn't. Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Bright and Cole offices, yes? Yeah, sort of.
Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy?
Daddy? I'm sorry. Did you say you were? Who did you say you were?
Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter.
What? Mr. Wright has a daughter?
You seem shocked.
Well, if you're Mrs. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Oh, thanks. You could start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Phoenix, Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. You know what? We have something we can dust for prints. Let's go back to the mansion. Go to the garbage. Examine the garbage. Come on, I want the slippers. Give me the slippers. Okay, let's go back. Now we can examine the crime scene. Alright, let's start with the basket. There's got to be a good clue or two around here.
You and your trash cans, go ahead, knock yourself out.
Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look, another pair of underwear. Those are probably Kitaki's bloomers.
Wow, Apollo! You're a genius at finding panties!
Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't...
They're not mine.
Could these have been stolen too? Bloomers added to the court record. Distinctive bloomers to say the least. Okay, so let's try... Who would steal panties just to toss it in the trash can? That doesn't make sense. Yup. There's a kanji in the back with a poppy seed. With a poppy flower. These bloomers
Sure have a distinct design.
You certainly know who they belong to at a glance.
That way she doesn't have to write her name on them. Genius!
I would think writing your name would be easier than drawing a plum blossom. Oh, okay, so it's not a poppy flower, it's a plum blossom. Yeah, but the kanji is so big it covers her whole ass. Okay, so let's examine the mannequin. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed.
You think the victim was the noodle stand thief?
What, you think someone killed him because he stole it?
Yeah! Taking care of business, little plum kitaki style.
Try not to sound too eager about that, please. The bucket. And this is Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand, obviously.
It does say Eldoon in big letters, doesn't it?
And that mark on his paper lantern here looks familiar.
It's going to be a little weird telling him, what with the corpse and all.
Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases.
That's right. Congratulations, Apollo.
And that leaves us with 1 case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Okay, so here's the knife. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise.
Oh, lingo!
The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this, there's a handprint on the shiv. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Okay, so let's investigate with the... Oh, you can see the fingerprints. Right. First, choose the fingerprints you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint? Look closely at the handle. Yeah, I see black marks. There's more than 1 fingerprint there.
Those black spots?
That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. Okay, let's pick the darker one. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. With the press of X, like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off.
Blow?
It's like whistling, you know how to whistle, don't you? Just use triangle and...
Wow, amazing! It's like magic!
So, yeah, because on the DS, they needed us to blow on the mic of the DS to blow away the dust particles. Isn't it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprints with the powder. Okay, let's dust for prints. X to dust, triangle to blow. I'm gonna make the thing all white. All white now, babe, the screen is all white now. All white now, babe, the screen is all white now. And blow. Yep. You have to press triangle a lot. Good, clear, quite impressive. Next, to match the print, the police office has samples so you can tell whose fingers this print belong to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. Okay, so let's try walkie. View fingerprints. Yeah, it's the same. Analyze. Finding the markers. Comparison complete. Match found. So, the fingerprints belongs to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life.
Apollo, she's sparkling.
And I'm dimming. Look sharp. Spirits up. The real fight is yet to come.
Chin up, Polly!
The trials haven't started. I'm already losing. Knife added to the court record. Also known as a shiv, found at the crime scene. Okay, let's keep examining. There's some tarp. Blue tarps has been placed on the ground around the stand.
Apollo, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here.
I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those! Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put these tarps here after all. Okay, I got wheel tracks. The knife is sticking straight into the ground.
With the defendant's fingerprints on it, which means you think it stuck it into the victim?
I don't know what he did with it, but I don't like it. What's this? Oh, the river. Benches line the river running through the park.
Ah, a little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water.
That river is a little deep for splashing, and a little dirty.
Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing.
Woods. I see leaves. Okay, so that means we can talk to her and she will not munch. The case. The report came in last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was the body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of that? Bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol.
A pistol?
Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim name was Paul Maractus. Oh, well. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Maractus autopsy report added to the court record. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me.
Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from.
A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand owner is... Guy Eldoon.
Take that!
Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself.
He's famous in this part of town.
Not bad. I guess Mr. Right picked the right kids for the job. That saves me a lot of work. Thanks. Noodle stand added to the court record. Okay.
What sort of person was the victim, anyway?
You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Your story. Who, me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist.
Oh, were you stuttering abroad?
Something like that. I was stuttering in Europe. Forensic science, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw in criminal affairs just like that.
Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe?
Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owe them.
Really? I had no idea.
If she's been out of the country for a while, she probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current, state of affairs. The defendant. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he's in the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around violently in the detention center.
I see.
Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his, by any chance? Actually, yes I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Eh? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow.
What?
The victim. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently, he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic.
Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there.
What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. So, have you met the defendant? No. He wasn't available. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some tradition I can live without. Okay, let's examine the new evidence. No, not this. Here. The knife. Let's see, do we have any other fingerprints? There's no blood on the blade, that's for sure. Only fingerprints. That blade doesn't give us shit.
So, the defendant's prints are on this knife.
That would mean that he was here the night of the crime.
That's what I call irrefutable scientific evidence.
Neat! No, not so neat when it happens to be evidence against our client. Maractus autopsy report. Time of death, June 14 after 10 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet to the right temple. Paul Maractus, age 46, male, estimated time of death, June 14, between 10:15 and 10:45 p.m. Cause of death, damage to brain resulting from bullet wound, point of interest, entry point, right temple. And then we have the noodle stand. Let's see, what can we find here? It says Eldun noodle on the back.
Huh? Look at this, Apollo. Mr. Eldun spelled his name backwards on this side.
I think that says noodle.
As in,
Eldoon's Noodles.
huh? Oh, I get it. So the name of a store is the same whether you read it forward or backwards.
Yeah, I guess it would be, except for the last S.
Then how about a store called Team Meat?
Close, but that would be Taya Mayat backwards. And what kind of store would be?
Why, a store that sells meat. It's not meat unless it's Team Meat.
But it still says Taya Mayat. That doesn't work. So there's an oil barrel drum full of broth. This must be where I keep his, and then we have the salt. I guess that's his only ingredient. Broth, soup broth, salt, and noodles. That's it. There's nothing here. Victim died pulling it. Alright, let's move out to the detention center. Yeah, Plum is no longer here, so it's no use presenting her panties. So let's move out to the detention center through the Right Anything Agency. June 15, detention center, visitors room. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes. I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him.
The father? You mean like a priest?
I mean the suspect actual father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care for. Die, you! You're the one on your way out, you old man! Apollo dot dot dot. True C dot dot dot. Ah, they're here. Here's the big money. Whoa, this guy radiates power. He looks like Marlon Brando. And he has a big scar on his left cheek. Like it looks like Marlon Brando in the Godfather, but he's wearing a fox apron with a really cute fox on his face. He has a big bandana that says Kitaki on it. And he has eyes that are so deep we cannot see, all we can see is shadows. Like, he looks like very, like, grim. We cannot even see his eyes because they're covered by the shape of the skull that makes a shadow. Power with a cute apron.
You Walkie's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, fourth head of the Kitaki family, capiche?
Actually, I came to speak to your son.
Mr. Justice.
Yes?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche?
Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche is loud and clear.
You gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though, even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life.
I don't feel so good.
What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here.
You must be Wookie, eh?
A G's not a G until he does hard time, Bazoy! You'll see, when I get out of here, things will change. Silence!
This is his father speaking.
Oh!
He's on his defense.
My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that.
You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You hear me? I don't need no trial. I did it.
I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 minutes are over. So much for talking to our client.
But we made so much progress today. We even found my panties. I had fun, at least.
Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial?
Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out.
Maybe next time I have to prepare for my to be continued. Okay. Yeah, the trial is tomorrow. I'm not even prepared, and she invited me to go to a bar for some magic show. Pass. You want to save? Yes. Okay. I still have 2 hours left. So I'm gonna keep saving, but when it's gonna be on the next to be continued, I'm gonna stop there. Or if I reach the 2-hour mark. Whichever's come first. So let's save. Save complete. Continue to the next chapter. Yes. So now it is court time. June 16th, 9:46 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Mr. Wright's not here today.
He said his old foot injuries was acting up.
Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday.
Yeah, he smiled when he said it'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy.
Yeah, fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Here comes justice. I started my voice training at 5 this morning.
Oh, do some now. I want to see. Here.
Huh? Oh, okay. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine.
That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Good morning.
Yo, sup? Hit me with a guilty verdict, G. See if I care. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying?
Not really.
Okay, don't be running your mouth like that in here.
See, that's the difference between me and you, old man.
I ain't afraid of no cops.
Real G's can't keep it real until they spend some hard time in the pen.
You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, son.
Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo.
My worst fears realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. June 16, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. So yeah, this Trucy with us against Clavier Gavin.
Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie Kentucky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and roll, Judge.
Ah, it's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor?
It's Mr. Gavin's brother. Clavier ...
Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence?
Yeah, but I mean, he's a rock and roll star. Like he was on tour. He took a leave of absence because of his other job. Like he's You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say 9 to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah?
I see, and to be honest, I was a little concerned. I fear that you might still be distraught over that one trial.
Oh, not so worry, Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? Exclamation mark. It was worth canceling a show or two.
Understood. You may give your opening statement to the court.
Before that, I was thinking. And is the air in this courtroom not a bit serious?
It is a court of law.
That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge.
They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom.
Achtung, baby! Today we play it my way! What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down to prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Paul Meraktis, director of the Meraktis Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand.
What in the world was the doctor doing pulling a noodle stand?
Yes, I believe. You will only find that out by asking the defendant right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. His crime as witnessed quite clearly, you see.
Very well. Please admit this witness to the court.
Air guitar. Very well animated. 9. Not yet. First, there is a little matter to be cleaned up. I'm snapping my fingers every time he does it. That's why I'm... Could you talk without the accompaniment?
I swear I could see the guitar for a second.
What is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Meraktis Clinic?
Objection!
Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh? But what if the defendant specifically requests to do so? As he did this morning? I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said.
What?
What is right?
You always say that on stage. You should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Paulie?
Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. So, you, son, are the defendant? Wookie, are you?
I ain't your son, old man!
You step to a Kentucky, you best be prepared to step strong!
You step to a public official, you best to be prepared to step into jail.
You got to hit it to him, Wookie sure has guts.
It's not his guts I'm worried about.
Well then, the court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself.
He's giving an intimidating face. Walkie Skitaki's truth, air quote.
I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. Someone has to show him what's what. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. And then he just let me go without a word, see you later, bye. So I gotta go in, get another doctor to patch me up again. That was the day I had done figured it out. No OG's gonna let that pass. That's why I went to his pad last night. Know what I'm saying? You're saying you were one of the victim's patients? A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. True that. I'll tell you one thing, that dog was whack. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this.
I'll tell you one thing, that dog was a quacker.
Hold it!
First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor.
Who asked you, boy locks? Just who do you think you are?
I'm your defense, you idiot. I'm your lawyer.
Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple.
Someone had to show him what's what.
Hold it!
By someone, you mean? Was there anyone with a score to settle with his doctor? Besides you, I mean.
You better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? I made up my own mind and did what had to be done. Straight gangster style. But why were you so mad at this doctor?
Yo, sit back and listen to what I drop at G-Man. J-Man. I was in his clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad.
Hold it!
So you were a patient at the Maractus clinic half a year ago. For what reason?
Oh, I had what you might call a mark of honor.
Can you explain precisely what was wrong?
We had a little running with the Rivalis family.
Yeah, rivals.
That's when I pulled up Jack Booth and ran into an ambush. G busted the cap right in me and he got shot.
He did something stupid and he got shot. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time by yourself.
Hey, I was more than a match for those guys. So you were carried to the Maractus clinic from there?
Apparently, he was shot in the heart. Shot in the heart and he's still alive?
I can't catch bullets between my teeth, but I never learned how to catch them with my heart.
The bullet stopped just short of my tumbler. Know what I'm saying? I would have been golden if it weren't for that whack doc. Can't even take out a stupid bullet.
Wait, well, he kept it in there because probably it wasn't removable. If he would remove the bullet, if it's too close to the heart, if he was lucky he didn't get killed, if you remove it, that might killed you. So, as you say, the surgery was a failure.
That ain't all of it, Holmes. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later. Bye.
Hold it!
What do you mean he just lets you go without a word?
What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds bad.
It sounds as though our doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go.
He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me. So I gotta go in, get another dog to patch me up again.
Hold it!
So this bullet is still...
You know it, I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressed up against my heart.
Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles.
Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice.
Word, J-Man!
What no accident, that's for shizzle. It seems that there were issues with this doctor. Man, putting him down was like doing the world a favor.
Walkie, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that.
Chin up, Apollo. Back straight.
But why did this mistake only come to light that day?
It was found during the family health checkup. The family checkup?
That was the wackiest thing of all. All of us G's lying up, taking eye exams and all that. Better die young than fade away, boy.
A relief to hear.
Eh? What's a relief?
Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart, if not attended to immediately, it could kill you.
What?
Yes, Dr. Maractus has knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life.
No way! That's whacked!
There is proof. Your checkup report. Walkie's checkup report added to the court record. Let me check that. How ironic that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. Okay, result from a checkup performed in June. Metallic object found near heart. Walkie-talkie, age 19, male, report filed on June the 14th. So the day before the murder. Metallic object found near the heart, urgent exam needed. Yeah. You're almost as careless as he was. Walkie is pissed. Apollo is cold sweating right now. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started, yeah?
Started?
We have enough of a warm-up, yeah? Time to hear from the witness.
Walkie sure is quiet all of a sudden.
I'm a little uneasy myself. Is this Gavin's strategy? So now we have a witness. He's a scholar. He's reading a book. So, you will tell us your name and occupation? He seems to be licking his lips as he turns the pages. But he has a weird way of licking his lips. Like, he goes with his whole hand and he just moves the lips with his fingers and using the moisture from his side of his tongue instead of his lips instead of his tongue to moisten his fingers. This is weird. So the voice I gave him was, "My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take it you refer to some labor that provides society at large and supports a livelihood under which definition I must confess to being unemployed. However, we must acknowledge the meaning of identity, which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation. And once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not gestalt per se, but derives himself from vagueness in our representation of thought, by which he means to say that he's a student. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken." "Yes. In the Department of Science and Engineering. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my..." "Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today."
Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime.
Close the book. "You ask quite simplistically what I saw. However, we must understand that Homo sapiens possess two eyes, each of these designed to receive interpret data, sending image to the form of signals, blah 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 blah." A night at the park. "That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them. One man putting a stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead."
Was there anyone else in the park at that time?
"I can say with 100% accuracy," wets his lips, "that there was not. The pistol our witness refers to is this."
The court accepts this into evidence.
Pistol added to the court record.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness.
Let's see the gun. No fingerprints at first. Whoa, don't point that thing at me.
Don't worry, I can handle myself around guns. Magic guns, at least, the ones that pigeons comes out of.
Very reassuring. So, yeah, this looks like an automatic. Safety. It's one of those when you insert the clip from the bottom. Can I zoom in? Cannot see the brand. There's nothing to say except for the cannon. There's nothing you can. The gun doesn't tell us anything. Yes, Your Honor. Trucy ... Trucy, why are you staring like that at the witness?
That man. I can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before.
Question mark? A night in the park. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping when I saw them.
Hold it!
On the way home from shopping, you say? Why go through the park? Ah, fascinating inquiry. Revealing me culpable of being a simply verbose. Let us consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I'm capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes 24 seconds to complete one. Ergo, the time to complete 2 is an average 6 minutes 48 seconds. However, in the case that the questions are in the verbal category, ability not. That's enough. Enough. I get the idea.
Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish cross-examination sometime this month.
Please, I have a recording booked after this trial.
And I've got a show to perform.
Gee, sorry, you're all so busy. One man putting a stand, another man facing him.
Hold it!
Were these men talking by any chance? Ah, now that you mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments, such as, you lied to me. Oh, and, I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, pal. It's just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet in the heart.
If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony.
Rubble. Sounds like he heard them clearly enough to me. Hold it! Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? What now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma. What's the difference? And this other man, who was he? I saw him quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant.
Hold it!
How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. Wet his lips. Wets his finger, sorry. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier. Huh? You see, in class I always sit in the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes.
And this relates to your testimony how?
I mentioned this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. It was dark, you say, yet there are lights in the park. If I said the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact.
You sure he's confident?
He seems to be telling the truth too. Sigh. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand.
Hold it!
Are you sure the pistol you saw is the same as the one just submitted as evidence? Am I sure? Surely you jest. Or, as a common witness would be tempted to say. Liquid's finger. And yet, I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must consider the fact that it was night in the park, which indeed restricted my field of vision due to the insufficient level of illumination. Now, if we consider the pistol, let us call it Object A, was indeed shrouded in darkness, it becomes difficult to say with certainty that Object A was indeed Object A.
I think he means he couldn't see it that clearly.
My badge for a normal witness. Yet the fact that the pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand in front, square in the forehead. Okay, so here's a contradiction. Not shot in the forehead, he was shot in the right temple.
Objection!
Phew! If that's all of it, I think I have a chance. Is that your relaxing I see, Herr Justice? Huh? Oh, objection!
Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice.
Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet.
Right. Look at this.
The autopsy report? Is there a problem with the autopsy report?
Right, a problem. Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound.
The location?
You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It is quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I speak not of geometrical absolute. What I do mean is by this, for example, the deflection of a meter by 1.6 the wavelength of a light emitted by a krypton particle is well known in addition as a well-known fact that krypton particles are rare and invisible to the naked eye, which points to a basic fallacy in your line of reasoning, namely that...
Mr. Justice!
Yes?
Was your objection to these, krypton particles things?
This is the big time and you're upset with something so small? You disappoint me, Our Justice. No, I'm upset with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here.
Do tell.
Just look at the autopsy report. Okay, I'm gonna check something. I'm just gonna check something. Okay. So everything Stickler says is written. When I say square, I speak not of geometrical absolute. What do I mean by this? For example, the deflection of a meter is 1,650,763.73 times the wavelength of the light emitted by a krypton particle, as we all know. In addition, it was a well-known fact that krypton are called the Kenai, basic fallacy in line reasoning, namely, okay, the rest I managed to read that. It's just the number was so big I couldn't read it. The location of the entry wound was the right temple. Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in his forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? Brr, brr. He scratches his hair and the two horns are bumping out like brr. Rubble, 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 rubble. It is, right? Finally.
Objection!
Our Justice. Oh, our Justice. Yes? Your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles? Surely you haven't forgotten the fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago? Phoenix Wright, was it? Exclamation mark. Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to this testimony. Yuck. He's crying. Hey, forehead. Forehead? Let us imagine that you're walking through the park. You see two men facing each other, one with the pistol, trained on the other. What would you do, forehead? Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I would probably shout, stop! Und you, Fräulein?
Me? Well, I would probably scream, eek!
Und you, Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder? Ah! If the victim turned his head at the last moment, gulp. Ah, yes, thank you for jogging my memory.
It sounds like an addendum as to the testimony is required.
Night in the Park, Part 2. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Seize this at once, you two! I cried with composure. Oh, but here's the problem. Oh no, wait. From the right temple. Okay. So, no, it's correct. From this image, he's coming from the east. So if he says, seize this at once, you two, Maractus would have looked at Stickler, which would expose his right temple to Walkie. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. But we saw a knife, not a gun.
I see, so you attempted to stop the crime.
Indeed. With composure.
Well, Maybe the criminal would not fire if he hasn't shouted like that.
That doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let us consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram if you would. So yeah, we see the witness down. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it? Stood here. So yeah, we have the killer back towards the river. We have the victim going towards the river, and we have the witness coming from the east entrance, which is pictured south in this angle. He shouted, "Oh, stop please," or something of this nature. And the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. So he turned. If the killer were to have fired just at that moment, as we can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple as in the report.
That does seem to be the case.
Witness the power of a junior in Harvey University's Department of Science. Science!
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness.
A Night in the Park Part 2. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. So you saw a raised pistol, weren't you frightened? It can be said we students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action.
That was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten shot.
Eh? You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left the witness behind. And now he's crying.
He actually looks like he had no idea he was in danger.
Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed. Cease this at once, you two, I cried with composure.
Hold it!
Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice? They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park. And the victim responded to that clarion call. Quite. The victim turned into the direction of my voice and a shot rang out.
Hold it!
Did you hear the gunshot at the same time as the victim turned? Indeed, I would say about the same time, to be precise. And the victim didn't ask for your help? It can be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't even have time to take a single step.
I'm totally sure that the killer fired because Mr. Stickler startled him.
Don't say that too loud, Trucy, please. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened.
Hold it!
Can you describe the killer's actions more clearly? He seems quite surprised, especially considering that it was he who did the deed. As we can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed. He simply couldn't believe what he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale, but who? Unfortunately, before I could take further action, tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. We never found the pistol on the scene of the crime. I'm gonna save just to be sure. Cross-examining Stickler. Trial Day 1, Chapter 2. Okay. So, let's go with the knife.
Objection!
No. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
You sure about that?
Objection overruled! Try to think before you make an accusation, Mr. Justice.
Ah, that didn't go so well. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene.
Hold it!
You didn't try to apprehend the criminal? It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time.
Doesn't something about that strike you as odd, Apollo?
What?
The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired a pistol and tossed it right away.
According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes.
In that case, I would expect to find something that we didn't find.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. That it didn't work. If he tossed the gun, why didn't we find it at the scene of the crime? Find something? Find what?
I like that contradiction. Kinda sad to see it go.
Not as sad as I feel. What do we do now?
At least the testimony getting a little clearer.
She's right. Maybe I can find something to use in this new testimony. It says weapon left at the crime scene. No, we didn't.
Objection!
Yeah, it was the gun, not the knife. We found the knife instead of the gun. No, that's not how it works. Wait a second. Tshishk, tshishk, another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse, you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say? A second? Are we intended to wait just that? A single second? 1/60th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw a breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, had you asked for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes 35 seconds?
Mr. Justice,
Yes, Your Honor.
am I to understand you are objecting to the length of a second?
Yes. I mean, no. Here, just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Ah, a common ploy made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun and ran.
That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints.
Oh, now the book pages are flipping on its own. Ah, the little girl sticking it to the university student. There's a song in there.
I'm not little.
Then let's think like adults, shall we, Fräulein?
Eh?
What is the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? But we found a knife with his fingerprints. That's proof that he wasn't wearing gloves.
Gotta admit, I didn't think of that, Apollo.
Well, Mr. Justice,
Could the killer have been wearing gloves? No way. The record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some traces of prints remain, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you say it did, he wouldn't have time to wipe the pistol. What's his finger? That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. Does that sound solid to me? Well, forehead, any of your precious objections? What
gives, Apollo? Let's see what that voice train go to work.
You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say.
What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said?
Huh? Isn't what obvious?
When he restated that he saw just now, he said that he saw Worky drop a murderous weapon. But that's not the same as being 100% sure that that was Worky threw away. You're right.
Yeah, he threw away. He wasn't wearing a gun. He wasn't holding a gun. He was holding a knife. And then he dropped the knife and ran. But there was a gunshot. But Wookie didn't fire it. That's why there's no fingerprints on it.
He's just confused because the pistol was found at the scene and there was a gunshot. Poor Mr. Stickler, it must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong.
Well, it can be said that I'm quite offended. While it is indeed true that once in my youth I wrote a love letter in my own blood that was seized by the teacher and posted on blackboard for all to see, and for this appellation for might be the prefix to my name, as that is the issue. The issue at hand.
What we can say for certain is that the witness saw the killer throw something. Does the defense have anything to say about this?
Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol.
Then it has to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. Grr, I'll wipe that smile off her pretty face, Gavin.
Perhaps you can inform the court as the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene?
It was the knife.
Take that!
Is that a sword? I saw one of those on the late night movie last night.
Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime with the defendant's prints on it.
His prints?
This single piece of evidence proved two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, that the defendant wasn't wearing gloves.
Indeed.
Oh, her forehead. You're forgetting two other things you just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Voki Kitaki. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Oh.
Indeed.
Never underestimate the Gavin is the lesson here.
This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumption. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please.
With fingers. Close the book. It is always the same with you peephole. Mark left the house on foot, and 5 minutes later his brother left after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. Assuming, yes, that's what I said, assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here you are, assuming that my assumption is no better. Crying.
Ahem. What this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired.
From shot to call. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Why didn't you chase the killer? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course, I could have run him down, yet what would he have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than an aptitude for solving quadratic equation to know that. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also now know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not?
Does it not, Mr. Justice?
Better find a way to take this testimony down quick. From shot to call. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene.
Hold it!
Which way did the killer run? By that time it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran into the opposite direction. That would mean he ran into the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Wait. So this is the river. This is where Woki was. There's no cursor. But then in front of him was the victim. So if the witness cornered him from below, like it shows on the map, it didn't come from the east, it came from the south. So the only way he could run away was towards the victim or towards Weasley Stickler. Because there's no exit on the map, because his back is to the river and there's no exit north of the park. The map stops there. So if he would have run opposed, to the witness, he would have run north. Oh, can move left and right. I can see Aldun's house, Maractus Clinic. So yeah, if you would run back to Kitaki Mansion, you would have to run towards the witness. Aktung, don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was look back once he was out of sight. How did he know that's where I was going? Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience.
Hold it!
You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing. If one is to devote one's life into the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask upon the lab room floor. Oh, cool answer. Very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Trucy's still looking at us, ... Trucy looks like she has something to say. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna leave this screen right now. Be right back. Okay, I'm back from the bathroom. Oh, hello, Jesse. How you doing? Hi. Hope everything is doing well. You caught me in my bathroom break. So, how you doing? I hope everything is well. So, I'm playing the new like the PS5 port of the Apollo Justice trilogy. So now I'm playing the high definition version of Apollo Justice. So last time it was I was a DS emulator. Last time I played that game. So now I'm playing the version on the PlayStation with better music, better graphic, and better accessibility options. So basically, the features are the same as they were in The Greatest Attorney, and there's also an option of a consultation, which is not available in Apollo Justice, but it's going to be available in Dual Destiny and Spirit of Justice, where basically if you're stumped, you don't know what to pick up, you can ask for help from your partner at that moment, whoever it is available at the moment. I haven't seen the mechanic about that yet, since I'm playing the games in order. So right now we're replaying, we're doing a redo of Apollo Justice, and we're getting good times. I've been streaming for 7 hours, and we're already in the trial part of chapter 2, and there's 4 chapters, so I say we're making good time on this one. So right now we're interrogating Stickler, so he used his cell phone to call the police. Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance? It can be said that I've daredevil in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, a perfect syllogism, approved in 3-part, exquisite, simply exquisite. He actually looks like he's going to cry. Trucy still looking at me weird. Until the police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Can you tell us in detail what about these 10 minutes? I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could happen at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction. ... Is that all? No one came, nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing.
It was late at night. It's not hard to think there would be few people around in the park.
So he just stood there watching? Not much to go on there. ... Sure, see, if you got something to say, by all means, say it. Arg, I can't find a single problem with that testimony. Hot enough at last, her forehead. Maybe it's time to back off a bit? Yes or no? The defense still has some questions that demands answer, Your Honor.
Your opinion, Prosecutor Gavin?
Oh, let him play attorney until he's satisfied, I say. I will assume myself by composing my next smack shit in my head.
Very well. You may continue with the cross-examination.
Could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Let me check the court record. I found a cell phone. Something feels wrong. Fingerprints were wiped, 2 shots were fired. I'm gonna save here. This witness is too self-assured. There's got to be a weakness somewhere in this testimony. She says ... I'm gonna present the cell phone to Hail Mary. We have no proof that this is his.
Objection!
Yeah. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness statement?
I'm not sure I follow you.
It clearly contradicts the, I thought... Shakes his head.
You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection overruled.
I don't think that won me any points with the judge. Until the police arrive at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Oh, wait. Let me check the map. I understand why Trucy is concerned. He said he saw no one else, but like Trucy was looking all over for the panty thief, and there were panties left in the trash can, so that could have been. So am I to present the bloomers?
Objection!
No. That statement contradicts this evidence.
It does? I don't see any contradictory.
You sure about that?
Overruled.
Okay, I'm gonna reload. Oh, it autosave. The last autosave was at 750. I'm gonna reload the one at 553. Okay. Maybe I should back off, but... Let me try another piece of evidence. Probably Trucy's panties.
Objection!
No. Okay. I found a contradiction, but I don't know how to work it. It says 2 shots were fired, but there was only 1 gunshot. There was 1 bang. The label read fingerprints powder in some strange language.
How do we know for sure? What if this thing is really a jar for something else, like jam or honey?
Why would anyone go through the trouble?
Well, so the police don't find out, that's why.
I hardly think possessing fingerprint powder is a crime.
Oh, I guess. That's boring.
Cannot use my power yet. The car!
Objection!
No. Read the map?
Objection!
No. I'm gonna have to reload. I'm stumped. Try to remember what I did last time. I saw no one else.
Hold it!
Whoops. Maybe there isn't anything left to unravel in this testimony after all. Some of us have glamorous careers would like to get back to this month, Herr Forehead. They don't have enough to put Walkie away yet. Should I back up for now? Yes. Ah, there's nothing fishy about that testimony at all.
It appears there are no objection to the witness' current testimony.
There are any numbers of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket that he was throwing as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. No! No!
It seems we come to the end of the line here.
No, that can't be all. How unfortunate. It seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the stage, same stage as me. Were you, Herr Forehead?
I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Walkie Kitaki.
Hold it! Eek! There's an intruder that's menacing Trucy at knife point. Trucy? Nobody moves!
What's the meaning of this? Who are you?
Da da da. There will be no verdict in this court, not yet. Wait, are you one of the Kitakis?
The Kitakis? You mean the notorious gangsters?
If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girls a new smile, do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes.
What? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of...
Judge. Exclamation mark. I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Recess, 20 minutes. Oh, I promise you, you'll regret it. And then he leaves. Wait! How did he disappear so fast?
Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo.
I suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man!
To be continued. So yeah, this is what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to back out. Save your current progress.